All right, we are back with a new video, and this was a bit of a long time coming. However, we are now doing my all-time total drama player ranking every single player in the history of the mainline total drama series. Now, obviously, I've already done player rankings for each season of the show, which ranks each of the players based on the games that they played within those respective seasons. However, now we're basically going to be combining all those lists and ranking every player based not just on the games that they played, but also how I feel about them as a player overall, how I feel about how they would do on any given season based on what we know about them physically, socially, and strategically. And as you can tell, this is probably going to be a very long video. You probably already know how long it is based on the timestamp. And there's a lot of players to discuss here. I mean, going through it, we have 22 players from what I consider Gen 1, those being the players that played on Total Drama Island. There's Generation 1.5, which is 3 players, and Alejandro, Blainely, and Sierra. These are players that aren't technically part of the next generation, but weren't part of the Island cast, so there's them. There's 13 players from what I call Gen 2, those being the players that were introduced on Revenge of the Island. And finally, there are 14 players in Gen 3, which I consider the players introduced in Pocateo Island. That brings us to 52 players to discuss here. Now, I am not including anyone from the Redonkulous race, as that is a completely different game and relies on a completely different skill set than what we have from these Total Drama series. And I will be mentioning characters that also appeared on Redonkulous race in addition to the mainline series, maybe talk a bit about what we saw from them there. However, the bulk of this video will focus on their appearances on the mainline Total Drama series, so there's that. And as a final word, I will acknowledge that this list in a lot of ways is more subjective than the season player rankings. As with the season player rankings, I am talking about the games, and through that, I can point to very specific moments within those seasons and talk about how that showed them being in the majority, or them being in control of what's happening in the game in terms of what relationships that they have. I feel like this list is a bit more subjective because, yes, while I am going to be basing my judgments on what we see on the show, I am ultimately basing this list off of more general things that, I mean, can't be quantified 100% of the time. And I feel like with certain people, there is potential for them to be a good player, but maybe because they only played one time, or maybe because they had some weird circumstances on the seasons that they played, we didn't really see that potential play out in its entirety. So that is a bit of a disclaimer there. And I understand if anyone disagrees with some of my takes here, but that's just the way that it's going to have to be on this list. But as I said, there are 52 players to rank here, and I've already gone long enough with the preamble. Now let's get right into the list. So starting off this list at number 52, and I feel like these bottom grouping of people are somewhat close. Now, I can definitely see some people arguing that certain people shouldn't be at the very bottom, or that someone that I'll mention later on, or certain people I'll mention later on, probably should be below who I have here at the bottom. But I feel like based on what we see for this person, there really isn't any potential for them in the game, in my opinion. But at number 52, the worst player in the history of Total Drama is Beardo, the first boot from Pocateo Island. And I feel like Beardo is an interesting case because there's obviously another player that is pretty similar to Beardo, and I actually have that person a decent amount higher up on the list than Beardo here, as I feel like that other person, while having a similar flaw to Beardo in that they don't really talk too much, at least that person has some potential based on what we saw from them. But I feel like Beardo basically has all the downsides that that person has, with really none of the upside, where he literally offers nothing. I mean, he's just there to make sound effects, never opens his mouth, never really speaks, never really attempts to build any social bonds. He's just there and really just fodder to be taken out at the first opportunity. And we really don't really have any information about him. And I feel like that is such a big knock from me. I feel like we really never get to see him do anything in the game in terms of building bonds or even helping out in challenges. That really makes it so that I can't have him very high at all. And while he doesn't annoy people to the same extent as certain other people we'll be talking about in a bit, I feel like the fact that Beardo literally does nothing and contributes nothing is a big reason why he is the worst player to me, and the reason he is here at number 52. Now we're moving on to number 51, and I feel like this next grouping of people are probably people who you might expect to be among the very worst players, in the sense that they actively annoy a lot of people, the fact that they're very bad socially and don't really contribute much beside being annoying. However, I feel like the fact that they at least talk and the fact that they do express their personalities more so than Beardo does open the door for them to potentially build allies and to potentially play the game in somewhat of an interesting fashion. But at number 51, we have the one of these players that probably has the least amount of potential of that grouping. And here we have Stacy, the first boot of Revenge of the Island. And Stacy is obviously very bad socially. I mean, to where she is very clearly lying about her family and the fact that she thinks that it's helping her case socially, that to brag about how her family members are all inventors of these various things, when it's very clear that she's lying about all this stuff, and the fact that there's no way that she can even be related to some of these people, and the fact that she talks about the fact that some of these inventions were somehow not around until very recently, when in fact we probably know that they were invented a long time ago. I feel like it's very apparent that Stacy doesn't actually have that impressive of a family, and that this is just her attempt of impressing other people. And this obviously gets on everyone's nerves. No one is really impressed by her, and she's voted out at the first opportunity. And if we're going beyond that, I don't really feel like she's someone that's willing to play the game that much. She's obviously someone that doesn't contribute too much in challenges. I mean, aside from some of her quote unquote ingenuity from her family, but even then, how much of that did we really see? So, Stacey is someone who, again, has very little potential in the game. I don't really see her making a deep run really ever on Total Drama. However, the main reason she's above Beardo is that I feel like the fact that she at least talks to people, I feel like there is a world where someone could connect with her, and through that, she could potentially build a relationship with that person and potentially gain a foothold in the game. Now, is that likely? I don't think so. But it's the fact that that potential is at least there for her that keeps her off the very bottom. But I still think she's a very bad player, and because of that, she is here at number 51. Now we're moving on to number 50, and we have a very similar person to Stacy, probably a bit less annoying, but still pretty bad socially. And here we have Ezekiel, the first boot of Island as well as World Tour, depending on how you define the first boot there. And Ezekiel has very similar flaws to Stacy in the sense that I don't really see him building too many social bonds very often. He's obviously someone who was homeschooled, and that very much comes off in the way that he talks to people. He seems pretty aloof for a lot of it, and we saw him get into trouble in Island when he said some pretty sexist stuff, particularly regarding the woman, that made him an outcast right away, to the point where he is the first person voted off, despite competing in the challenge when it seemed like a lot of people were factoring in like who chickened out of the cliff challenge on who to vote out. They still decided to vote out Ezekiel over them, and that's not particularly great in my opinion. And I feel like that really indicates his ability to connect with certain people. And he comes out for a world tour where I think he gets a bit of a bad break there, where he annoys Chris early on with him talking too much to the point where he gets thrown out of the plane and he has to basically be a stowaway all the way to Egypt, and then basically beg Chris to let him back into the game, which isn't great in the sense that he annoyed Chris that much to where he threw him out of the plane. But I think it was also pretty apparent that the writers wanted to make Ezekiel a double first boot, really highlight him as being this stereotypically bad player. And admittedly, I feel like World Tour wasn't as bad outside of that, to where the reason he's voted off is simply that he cost his team the challenge by deciding to stick out the stick into the water for some reason. I mean, it's never really explained why, but it's sort of dumb. He sticks it out, it's eaten by a crocodile, costs the team the challenge, he gets voted out. Nothing too exciting there. So, but even so, I feel like he wasn't as bad socially in World Tour. And actually, I think he demonstrated a lot of heart in that season. The fact that he was so committed to playing the game and was so determined to do well, I think that is at least something in his favor. But I still feel like he's very bad socially, to where he's probably not going to be able to gain much of a foothold in the game in most situations. Now, with that said, he doesn't annoy people as much as Stacy, to where, again, I feel like he's slightly more likely to connect with certain people. Again, it's just a matter of whether he can find those people and whether those people are going to be able to translate into him having success in the game, which I don't think is super likely. So, again, similar issue to Stacy. I can't have him too high, and he's here at number 50. Now we're moving on to number 49. And again, we're sticking with this tier of people who could get a foothold in the game depending on who they have. It's just that we never really see them getting that foothold. But here we have Blainely, who makes her one and only appearance here on World Tour. And Blainely is someone who probably has less heart than Ezekiel. I feel like Blainely on her season didn't really want to play the game, as demonstrated by her not wanting to compete in the competition during the Aftermath show. And it's pretty clear that once she comes into the game at the merge, that she's just there to get the screen time and to bask in it and be treated like a celebrity. And that's not great. And I feel like that really rubbed off on a lot of people, to where she comes off as someone who's elitist and someone that doesn't care too much about what normal people think more often than not. And that's not great. And I feel like through that, she probably isn't going to do well on most appearances anyway. Now, granted, she didn't want to play to begin with, but the fact that she does at least appear in the game means that she isn't here on the list. However, the main reason I have her above Stacy and Ezekiel is that she at least has a social personality, and I feel like she probably has better social skills than both those people we just mentioned, to where if she cared about these people, she could have gotten into their good side and probably could have made a difference in the game if she cared enough to actually play the game. Now, granted, given her status as a celebrity, she probably doesn't do well. To where, yeah, she probably could make it far if she were here to play. It's just that people wouldn't want to give her the money. And I feel like she isn't good enough physically to win those challenges needed to win the game if we're going off that. However, I feel like she at least has the potential to do well if she actually cared about the game. But considering she doesn't, and considering the fact that I don't think she is willing to relate to a group of normal people that you would see on a show like this, I feel like there is a very low chance that that potential would ever be realized. And that's a big reason she's this low on the list. However, at least that potential is there. So because of that, I do have her here on at number 49. Now we're moving on to number 48. And we're still in this tier of people that are bad socially and probably don't have too many allies more often than not. However, the main reason I have this person above the people we just talked about is that on their season, this person did technically have an ally and they were not voted out the first opportunity. But here we have Leonard from Pocateo Island. And I'm a bit surprised he's this high on the list, as he's obviously very bad socially. He demonstrates a lot of delusion in the way that he thinks of himself as his wizard, and how he doesn't really have that great of a grasp on reality a lot of the time. And that's not great. And I feel like through that, he probably doesn't do well on any season, really. And I feel like through that, you can argue he should be even lower on the list, as the fact that he doesn't have any self awareness probably demonstrates that he's probably a very bad player. And he is a very bad player. However, he did have an ally on the season. Sugar was on his side, and he had her voting with him in the round where he was voted off. And on a similar note, he did technically survive a round. Now, granted, it was over Beardo. However, he did survive one round. And even in the round where he was voted out, he at least had Sugar voting with him. And, you could debate whether that was through him actively playing to get on Sugar's good side or whether that was just Sugar having a crush on him. But the fact that he was able to get one person on his side is at least something, to where none of the people we talked about before this had any allies and anyone on their side really, to where Leonard at least had that. So I do have to factor that in to an extent. However, the odds of him connecting with people is very low. And yes, while he did have an ally, I mean, that ally was Sugar of all people. I don't think too many people are going to be in that mold per se. So again, he is still a very bad player, and he is here at number 48. Now we're moving on to number 47, and we are starting to move away from the really bad social players. However, this person still isn't particularly great socially. But here at number 47, we have Annmarie from Revenge of the Island. And I feel like annmarie is obviously a very confrontational person. She obviously gets into quite a bit of fights, particularly with Joe, but also with Zoe, particularly once the Vito stuff starts to happen. And I feel like, with the exception of Vito, she doesn't have really anyone across the season, and only makes it as far as she does due to her team winning so many challenges, or there being more blatant targets to take out over her. I feel like annmarie on the whole is a very passive player when it comes to the strategy part of it. And I feel like she was largely an expendable person despite being this very social person. And even her one ally in Vito, I mean, that was just one of Mike's personalities, to where I don't feel like the actual regular Mike is likely to bond with someone like her. But to her credit, she does, again, technically have one ally in annmarie and Vito. And yes, while you can debate how much of that was a crush, I mean, it is something at least, and highlights the fact that there are at least some people that you could connect with. It's just that there aren't too many of those people. And I feel like she really demonstrated no willingness to play the game, to where I don't really feel like she is going to be driving a lot of the action too much of the time. And couple the fact that she gets into confrontations with people leads me to have her this low, and she's here at number 47. Now we're moving on to number 46, and we are sticking with Revenge of the Island here. And here we have Dakota. And basically, I feel like Dakota is a better version of Blainely, in the sense that, one, she's actually there to play the game and to try to win, and two, she is a bit softer in terms of interacting with people, to where she isn't completely uncaring and hostile towards the non-celebrity people that she interacts with, even though she is still very entitled and comes from a very privileged background. So there's that. And at the end of the day, I feel like she is a slightly better version of Blainely, but she's still not great. I mean, she is in the bottom two at the first elimination ceremony, but granted, she survives it over Stacy, and then she's voted out at the next opportunity, comes back into the game shortly before the merge, and is voted out shortly thereafter. But to her credit, I mean, she does only get voted out due to the fact that she became mutated, which obviously isn't something that's likely to happen on any given season. And I mean, Zoe talked about how that was part of the reason why she voted against Dakota over a bigger threat, like a Joe, for example. So there's at least that to consider. And plus, she does genuinely build a good relationship with Sam, which, again, you can debate how much of that was them just having a crush on each other and them building a romantic relationship. But the fact that she is able to connect with Sam, someone who you wouldn't think is particularly likely to connect with someone like as social and as, like, popular as Dakota, I mean, that is at least something you have to give Dakota credit for. But if we're looking at her actual game, it's still very, very bad, and I can't prop it up too much. So because of that, she is here at number 46. Now moving on to number 45, and really these next two are very, very similar. And we're going to Total Drama Island, and here we have Katie. And I actually consider putting Katie even below Dakota and annmarie, as I feel like the main issue with Katie is that she isn't willing to play with anyone other than Sadie. And I feel like that is such a massive problem, sort of similar to what we saw with Blainely in terms of her commitment to play the game. I mean, we see that with Katie like getting so upset when Sadie was put on a separate team with her at the beginning, and she basically begged to Chris to allow them to be on the same team to the point where she refused to play the game unless she was on the same team as Sadie. And I very much fear that in terms of her overall potential. Again, she very much just sees this as a way of hanging out with her closest friend. And throughout the season, she only interacts with Sadie to the point where she completely neglects everyone else, and that's not a really good thing at all. And she is ultimately lumped in with Sadie in the challenge where they get lost in the woods and ultimately costs the team the challenge. And the main reason she's below Sadie is that when the two of them are blamed for losing the challenge, they decide to vote out Katie over Sadie, despite her technically being a bit better physically and a bit more capable in challenges. So there's that, which is pretty bad if you ask me. But I feel like at the end of the day, she isn't too different from Sadie in the sense of their willingness to play the game, in terms of them being willing to branch out beyond just their closest ally there. And because of that, Katie is here at number 45. And at number 44, we have Katie's friend. We have Sadie. And I feel like Sadie is such a similar player to Katie in terms of their issues. Again, refuses to play the game without Katie, cried when she wasn't put on the same team as her, begged them to do so, and again, refused to branch out beyond her friendship with Katie to where she didn't really care much about playing the game or getting to know her other teammates at all. But to her credit, she does survive the vote over Katie, and that is really the main reason that she is above Katie here. She does survive a vote over Katie and does survive even a couple rounds beyond that. Mind you, I am a bit disappointed that she does nothing in the game after Katie is voted out, and I feel like that only reinforces my idea that she doesn't care about playing the game without her friend. And I feel like had Sadie been voted out over Katie, Katie would have acted in a very similar way to where she would have been passive, doesn't really play the game that much, doesn't really try to play the game for herself, and then just hopes to get voted out at the first opportunity so she can be reunited with her friend. Again, it's a very bad issue, and it's that lack of heart that puts them this low on the list. However, and again, this applies to Katie as well, the main reason that both of them are above everyone we just mentioned is that they did survive a couple rounds. I mean, even Katie managed to survive the Ezekiel vote. She survived the Eva vote. That is at least something I can give to her. And with Sadie, I mean, even without Katie there, she does survive the Tyler vote. And she does survive that at least, and it helps her team out in a couple challenges. So there's at least that. And that's the main reason that I have both of them above those people, to where those people either didn't survive any eliminations or they only survived one and were probably in the bottom two along with that as well. So those are things that I at least give Katie and Sadie some credit for. And plus, I feel like they aren't the worst socially, or at least not to each other, to where if they had cared enough to branch out, I feel like they could have potentially built some friendships out there as well. It's just that they completely refuse to do so. And I can see some people arguing that they should be even lower on the list, considering that lack of willingness and refusal to play the game. However, considering the people we just talked about, I mean, that's sort of a hard ask for me to do. So, all things considered, I decided that they are still pretty bad, but they at least have some merit that puts them here at number 44. Now we're moving on to number 43, and we're now talking about three people who all share a similar characteristic in that they are at least good physically and can help their team in challenges and maybe win some challenges for themselves if they made it to the merge. It's just that they are so bad at the other elements of the game that I can't really justify putting them too much higher. But at number 43, we probably have the epitome of this phenomenon. We have Eva from Total Drama Island, and it's obvious Eva's main issue is her temper, and that's really what allowed her to be voted out both at the second tribal as well as when she came back immediately at the merge, where obviously at the second round of the game, despite her being the strongest member of the Killer Bass, they literally decided to vote her out due to her throwing a temper tantrum once Heather decides to steal her MP3 player. And they know that by voting her out, they are weakening their ability to win challenges moving forward. And considering the fact that the killer bass were already going to be down 2 people to start off the game, that they probably should have prioritized challenge strength. So for them to vote out their strongest physical player, despite them already going to be down 2 people to start off the game, really shows how bad socially Eva was on Island. And even when she comes back at the merge, I mean, she is such a terror that they literally vote her out over Heather when Heather didn't have immunity in that round. They literally vote out the person that they've been trying to vote out all game. They leave her alone despite having the opportunity to do so because Eva was such a nuisance around camp. And I feel like that is such a big knock against Eva's social game. The fact that they were that willing to vote her out, even knowing that there was plenty of risk associated with that, really shows that Eva probably isn't fit for the game beyond that. However, there are 2 main things that allow her to at least be this high on the list. I mean, one, she is very strong physically, and she probably can help her team in a lot of challenges. I feel like that alone is more than what I can say about literally everyone else we just mentioned, to where none of those people I mentioned really have any challenge capability and are particularly distinguished enough to help their team in challenges, or even if they somehow miraculously made the merge for them to win challenges for themselves. Eva at least has that capability, and she almost won the merge challenge that would have allowed her to be safe in that round. So at least there's that to consider. And also, and this is a bit more speculative, but I feel like if we're looking at how Eva is beyond Island, the way that we see her like in action in World Tour when she's just a regular member in the Aftermath show, I think there are some moments there that highlight a sweetness to Eva, that she has this soft side to a degree. Now, granted, it is still surrounded by a lot of jagged edges. She is still someone that has a short temper. However, there is glimpses of a soft side there. And I feel like if Eva were to come back in a later season, had she been given the opportunity to come back in a later season, there could have been opportunities for her to control her temper and in turn highlight some of her more positive attributes. And I feel like that could have allowed her to do better socially and have a fitting arc on a return to do relatively well. So I feel like Eva at least has that potential going for her. And that's the main reason that she isn't even lower on the list. However, again, we've never seen that on the show, of course. And again, a lot of this could be speculation. It's very possible that had she come back for another season, it would have just been the same old with her. But there are still those moments here and there that make me kind of like Eva and find her a bit endearing. Plus, the fact that she is at least good enough physically to where she could win challenges that lead me to put her here at number 43. Now we're moving on to number 42, and we are sticking with this tier of people who are good physically but not great at anything else. And here we have Rodney. And Rodney was very boring on Pocket Tail Island, not gonna lie. I just did not dig his whole storyline of having crushes on people and thinking that he's laying them down by breaking up with them. And I feel like that probably highlights how bad he is socially, to where he thinks it's good social play to approach these people that, like he thinks have this crush on him, and he's just laying them down. He's actively doing something that he knows would upset them. And while it doesn't actually upset them because he doesn't have that great of a relationship, it's still not great that he decided to do that anyway, especially on a game like this where stuff like that can be used against you in a vote. And just on top of that, the fact that he didn't even have the relationship that he thought that he did to begin with, to where they literally don't care and are just like, who are you again? Probably speaks to how bad he is socially as well. Again, he doesn't really have any relationships on the season. He thinks he does, but he doesn't really have anyone in his corner. And when he's voted out, it's just kind of unceremonious. However, similar to Eva, he is at least good physically. He is this big guy that works on a farm, and that can be useful in a lot of challenges. And had he made it deeper into the game, he could have gone on a challenge run if he was able to. And yes, he is technically voted out because he cost the team the challenge. However, again, I feel like on any given challenge, he's probably going to be more of an asset than a liability. And I feel like a lot of the reason he was actually voted out is because he just didn't have anyone that was willing to save him. And through that, like, it became easy to just rely on him losing the challenge to vote him out. So at the end of the day, I don't really have much faith in Rodney to do well in the game. I think he makes some pretty questionable social decisions on top of the fact that he doesn't have anyone uh, that actually cares about him in the game. But it's just the fact that he is good enough physically and he isn't as self destructive as Eva that leads me to put him slightly higher at number 42. Now we're moving on to number 41, and we are wrapping up this grouping of people that are good physically and at challenges, but not good at anything else. And here we have B. Now, I alluded to at the very beginning of the video that there was someone similar to Beardo that is much higher here, and obviously that person is B. And I talked about with Beardo how the main issue with him was that he just never opened his mouth, and in turn, he really had nothing that could potentially attract people to him. And obviously, B has a similar issue in that he doesn't open his mouth. He's very shy and reserved and doesn't really communicate much. And I feel like that is part of his downfall, to where it's so easy for Scott to blame the challenge loss onto B and make it so that everyone has no issue voting him out. However, I think the thing that separates B's silence from Beardo's silence is that B at least has a bit more of a calm personality. He exudes more of this chill, reserved uh, personality, to where there is this implication that there is something beneath the silence, that if you spend enough time with him, that B might open up or start to reveal more about himself, to where he probably does have a personality that can lead to better social bonds. I don't feel like Beardo has that at all. He is literally just a human computer that produces sound effects. B at least has that chill nature that can be translated into opening up if you give him enough an opportunity. Now, granted, on a game like this, that's probably more of a negative. You do want to be social, you do want to be proactive in building bonds so that people don't see you as expendable. And I think that is an issue with B's game at the end of the day. But I feel like it is a slightly more positive element to B in terms of his potential than it is for Beardo. And on top of that, B is at least good at challenges. He is directly responsible for winning some of those early challenges for his team due to his ingenuity and his ability to think on his feet. And I think that does translate well to the game of Total Drama. And I feel like had he been better socially and been more willing to open up about who he is, he would have been more effective at building bonds and translating like that quick thinking into effective gameplay than someone like a Beardo. So I feel like that is at least something I can give B over Beardo that allows him to be much higher on the list than I have Beardo. But at the end of the day, he is still too quiet. I mean, and the fact that it is so easy for Scott to blame him for losing the challenge, even though Scott was the one to throw the challenge, highlights how B was a bit too passive in socializing and how he just simply didn't have enough time in the game to allow people to learn more about him. And that's going to be an issue on any given season. But it's the fact that he at least has the potential to build those bonds, and plus he's at least good at challenges, that leads me to have him this high on the list, and he is here at number 41. Now we're moving on to number 40, and we are still in this tier of pretty bad players in the grand scheme of things. However, this person is a bit more interesting to discuss here, and from Total Drama Pocateo Island, we have Ella. And the main pro I will give Ella is that she at least was willing to play the game. While she wasn't the most cutthroat person, she was at least willing to go out there and build bonds with certain people. And I feel like had she been given a more suitable cast for her, that she could have been effective at doing so. Now, granted, she was largely ineffective, where we saw her try to build a friendship with Sugar, but given Sugar was Sugar, she just completely hated Ella to the point where she was willing to work to get Ella ejected from the game, despite Ella making it very clear that she wanted to work with Sugar, and despite the fact that Sugar herself wasn't super well positioned. So the fact that Ella was pretty much ineffective at getting anyone on her side was a bit of an issue there for me. However, to her credit, she was technically never voted out. She was obviously ejected largely due to her singing and getting on Chris's nerves more so than anything else. But even if we take that out, I don't think she was super effective within the game. I'm not too sure how much longer she would have survived had she not been ejected and had her team gone to a more eliminations. So I feel like there's not really too much evidence I could point to that can allow me to put her too high, other than the fact that she was at least willing to play the game. And while she got on Sugar's nerves, someone she was actively trying to have a good relationship with, she didn't really burn too many other people. And plus, considering Sugar is Sugar, I can't have too much blame to give to Ella, but it's the lack of positive elements to her game that allow me to put her here at number 40. Now moving on to number 39, and we have another pretty bad player and one who I generally don't have a lot of confidence in to begin with. But we have seen this person have some success in the game, and plus they did play twice for whatever reason. But here we have Sam from Revenge of the Island and All Stars, because why not? And similar to Ella, I don't think Sam is a very effective player in a lot of situations. I mean, yes, we saw him do pretty well in certain challenges, but even then, I feel like a lot of that's pretty circumstantial and dependent on him being able to relate it to a video game. So take that as you will. Now, obviously, the biggest pro with Sam's game is on Revenge of the Island, where he was able to build a good relationship with Dakota to the point where they even have a romance together. And yes, while you can say that that was largely romance, I mean, it was the fact that he was able to find a commonality with someone that you wouldn't expect him to connect with that does allow me to give him some credit there. And plus, on All Stars, I think he was able to build a bit of sympathy and goodwill during his time on Boney Island to where people were willing to sneak him food. So that's at least something to where he was able to survive certain rounds. And in fact, if we look at his track record, he does survive quite a bit of elimination ceremonies on Revenge of the Island. He ultimately survives 4 elimination ceremonies. Granted, one of those times he was in the bottom two, but he was able to survive quite a bit, all things considered, which I do find somewhat impressive with him. And even on All Stars, he was able to survive a couple rounds there, so he does have a track record of surviving certain votes. But at the end of the day, I don't feel like he is someone that is going to be in majority alliance super often. As even with Dakota, like Dakota was very much on the outs on Revenge of the Island, and he himself wasn't able to get into the majority very often. And I don't really feel like he is someone that's going to be super effective very often. But considering his track record, I kind of had to take that into account. So because of that, I do have him here at number 39. Now moving on to number 38, and I kind of can't believe that this person is this high, as across my season player rankings, I never really looked at this person as being a very good player, which is funny considering this person has played 3 times up to this point. But here we do have Izzy. And I've said this before in each of the season player rankings for the games that she played. I was never really impressed with any of her games, as I feel like she is, in general, someone that doesn't really play the game. I mean, yes, she kind of lives in this world of her own. She doesn't really connect super well with a lot of people. And through that, she doesn't really take the game seriously in a lot of situations. And that's pretty bad. And that's a big reason that I don't really look at her too highly when looking at her games, and especially not her as a player. I feel like she is a personality that can definitely rub some people the wrong way, which really came to a head in action where she insisted on being called things like E-scope and later explosivo, which got on a lot of people's nerves. And even in World Tour, I mean, yes, she is not voted out there, but we saw Owen start to grow distance from her to the point where he was literally about to break up with her until she got injured and got pulled from the game as a result. So I feel like she isn't that great socially, and strategically, I feel like she's pretty aloof, doesn't really get into the game super well. I feel like the closest you can say to her being strategic was in Island when she was pulled into Heather's alliance. I mean, she did vote with Heather during the Justin round, and then after the merge, she was technically part of her alliance during the plot to break up Trent and Gwen, but even then, Izzy was not involved with that scheme at all. So take that as you will. And it's not great. I mean, and even if we look at her placements, I mean, an island, of course, she technically gets seventh place, but she does skip a decent chunk of the game there, pretty much from her first vote out in episode 8 to the merge, which she is technically not voted out in episode 8, but I feel like she probably would have, as she did cost her team the challenge there. So she probably would have been voted out anyway. In action, she's voted out very early on, comes back not too long after, and really only survives one round afterwards before being voted out there. In a world tour, like I said, she does technically get to episode 11 in a spot where she was pulled from the game as opposed to being voted out, but I feel like she got very lucky with her team winning as many challenges as they did and Team Victory just sucking so much to where had they gone to an elimination, she probably wasn't going to be in that great of a spot anyway and probably could have been voted out there. Now, granted, she could have worked with Owen and Noah there, but she was pretty much an outsider on that team for a lot of it. So that's not a particularly great spot for her to be in. So if we're looking at each of her games, there's plenty of holes in them and not too much to praise there. However, there are two reasons that I have her as high as she is. One is I think she's pretty good physically and pretty competent in challenges. Now, granted, she never wins an individual immunity across any of her seasons. And as I alluded to with Island, she was going to be voted out there because she did give advice to the Killer Bass on how to win the challenge there, costing the team the challenge. However, all things considered, she is pretty good at challenges, taking into account both her physical ability and her ability to just come up with weird stuff like bombs and other stuff that definitely can get on people's nerves, but can also be pretty effective in terms of challenges. So at least there's that. And the other thing is that unlike some of the people we talked about earlier, like people like Eva and Rodney, who are good physically, but just aren't good at anything else, I think Izzy is a bit better socially than either those two people, where we did see her at least build a bit of a charm with certain people, particularly with Owen, to where she did build a genuinely good relationship with her. And even with some of their other teammates, she was at least able to build a working relationship with them. She was at least able to be included in Heather's alliance. And while she doesn't do anything in there, she was at least included in that. So I think that shows that Izzy has a bit more potential socially than those people we just mentioned earlier. So I think through that, Izzy probably isn't the worst player in the world, even though I still don't think she's very good in the grand scheme of things. But it's those positives that do allow her to be a bit higher, and the reason I have her here at number 38. Now moving on to number 37, and we are sticking with this group of mostly bad players here. And this one's a bit more interesting, but even then, I still don't view this person too highly. And here we have Max from Pocateo Island. And I feel like Max is pretty similar to someone like an Ella in the sense that he is someone that's willing to play the game and is willing to play in a more cutthroat manner than someone like an Ella, but is largely ineffective and was largely perceived as a joke for a lot of it. I mean, there weren't too many people taking him seriously, and even in the scheme where him and Scarlet do take over the island, I mean, it was pretty clear to a lot of people that Scarlet was the more threatening person there, so take that as you will. And plus, we do see him be a bit of a coward despite his ambitions, to where he's too scared to go in the cave. When Scarlet does eventually reveal just how evil she is, he does cower a bit. So there's that to consider as well. In general, he's a bit of a curmudgeon, where he is someone that has ambitions but just doesn't have too many capabilities to do so, despite his willingness to try. So it is a pretty bad track record at the end of the day. However, he does at least build a working relationship with Scarlet. Now, granted, he does get on Scarlet's nerves, where he constantly underestimates her. He constantly thinks of himself as the leader of the duo, despite Scarlet being the more competent person there. He does consider her his sidekick, and is a bit surprised when Scarlet does emerge from the shadows when they do try to take over the island. So the fact that he doesn't have much self-awareness in terms of where he stands in things isn't great, but then again, Scarlet was at least willing to work with him for a decent portion of the game, so take that as you will. And if we're looking beyond that, he does have a somewhat decent survival record. he does survive 4 elimination ceremonies over the course of the season. Now, the biggest knock is that he did get the most votes during the round where Ella is ejected. Had Ella not broken the rules, and particularly if Sugar wasn't so willing to get get Ella to break the rules, then he would have been voted out there. So that is a pretty big knock against him. But he still does survive a decent amount of eliminations, so that's at least something to consider. And plus, while Scarlett was planning to betray him eventually, he did at least present himself as someone that Scarlett was able to use within the game. So that's at least more than I can say for some of these people we talked about earlier who literally had no one in their game. I mean, Max at least had someone in Scarlet that was able to work with him for a while, even if it didn't really benefit him in the long term. So that's at least something for Max, but at the end of the day, he's still a pretty bad player. And because of that, he is here at number 37. Now we're moving on to number 36, and I kind of struggled with this person's placement. And I could see some people arguing that this person should be lower, all things considered. But considering the people we already talked about, I figured this person does have at least some merit to their potential. But here we have Brick from Revenge of the Island. And the tough thing about Brick is he is someone that I don't really think is that self-interested. He is always someone that's about the team and serving his team and doing what he can to help the team over helping himself with winning the game. And I think we see that within instances like him asking to be voted out after he felt like he cost his team the challenge. That's not particularly great. And in general, I feel like through that, he's probably unlikely to play actively strategically for himself to win. Now, granted, that is a bit of a double edged sword, as I feel like he can be presented as a number for a potential alliance. I think he is at least decent enough socially to where people could bring him in as a number, and through that, he could make a decent run on any given season. Now, granted, I don't feel like he is someone that's willing to step outside of that to where he probably would allow other people to make moves to better their own games versus his own, which is a bit of a problem there. And even if we're looking at the game that he played on Revenge of the Island, there are plenty of holes there. I think one major one comes in the round where Dawn is voted out, to where Scott was originally planning to frame him for stealing all the stuff. And through that, Brooke was going to be the target in the round where Dawn went home, but then Dawn just happened to make it known to Scott that she was planning to turn on him, which caused Scott to switch his plan. And had that not happened, Brooke probably would have taken the fall for him and been voted out there. So that's not particularly great. He also built a rivalry with Joe, which eventually culminates with Joe building an alliance with Lightning that causes him to eventually be voted out right before the merge. So that's not particularly great either. So it's not a great game at the end of the day. And I feel like in the grand scheme of things, Brooke is someone that is unlikely to actually win the game for himself, but he is someone that is at least playable enough to enough people to where he could be in a majority alliance and be seen as a reliable number more often than not. And plus, he is good enough physically to where he usually will carry his team well in challenges. Again, he is someone that very much cares about competitions and serving his team, which I feel like would probably allow him to get to the merge in a lot of seasons. So take that as you will as well. So I think there's enough merit there to where I don't really see people actively targeting him unless he is just someone to be taken out by the opposing alliance. And I feel like he is usually not someone that will be targeted for his challenge weakness, although he was technically voted out in his season for costing his team the challenge. But all things considered, he is a military person. He is someone that is good enough physically in a lot of situations to where that usually won't be the case. And I feel like those are enough merits to put him relatively high on the list. But in general, I feel like he is still a very unlikely person to win any given season. So because of that, he is here number 36. Now we're moving on to number 35. And we have a player who, similar to Brick, probably isn't likely to win any given season. And they don't have too many strengths. And actually, this person is quite a bit worse at challenges. However, I feel like this person at least has more drive to win themselves. And here we have Tyler. And I feel like Tyler reminds me a lot of Brick in terms of him not really being set up too well to win any given season. And looking at his track record across both of his seasons, I don't really find either of his games too impressive, where on Island he was obviously an early boot. Now, mind you, he does survive several rounds of the game, and he also builds a strong relationship with Lindsay, who was on the other team, to where had they made the merge together, there's a good chance that could have led to something. Although even then he was rejected not only by Heather, but even by Courtney, someone from his own team. So whether he would have been able to translate that into success is a bit suspect. And then on World Tour, he technically does better on paper, getting all the way to episode 15. But even then, I feel like a lot of that was due to Team Chris not having to go to more elimination ceremonies, where I feel like had they gone to some of those ceremonies in place of Team Victory, Tyler probably would have been in a decent amount of danger given his position on the team. So that's not particularly great. He gets manipulated by Alejandro into revealing the love triangle between Duncan, Gwen, and Courtney, which largely blows up Duncan's spot in the game moving forward. And that technically should have put Tyler in a better position, as it made Duncan a very clear next target had Team Chris gone back to the elimination. He obviously survives the Noah round once Alejandro figured out that Noah was playing to turn against him at a point. So at least there's that. And after that, Duncan should have been the next boot, only for Tyler to get outplayed when Alejandro approaches Duncan with a deal to spare him. And in turn, they flip the vote on to Tyler instead. So at the end of the day, I don't really find either of his games too impressive. And aside from that, he's obviously very bad at challenges. He doesn't really have much strategic agency across either of his seasons. And socially, I think he's okay. I mean, he is still pretty passive at the end of the day, like I said. However, he does at least build that relationship with Lindsay, which again is largely a romance more than anything else. But that was at least an option for him had he gone to the merge, or on either of his seasons really had both and then gone to the merge together. That could have led to something at least. However, he wasn't really able to utilize that at all. And even then, he was flat out rejected by other people, to where those people probably would have disapproved of such a maneuver had it happened. Maybe they could have targeted him and Lindsay in order to split them up. So that's not particularly great. So at the end of the day, I don't think Tyler's really that great of a player. And I can see some people saying that he should be lower on the list. However, considering everyone else we already talked about, he just kind of lands here. And plus, I feel like he is at least more willing to play the game for himself than someone like a Brick, to where that is enough to have him above Brick despite his lack of challenge ability. So because of that, he is here number 35. Now we're moving on to number 34, and we have someone who is very similar to Tyler in a lot of ways, to where I'm not super impressed with them across really any facet of their game. However, this person does have a decent track record to go off of, and here we have Harold. Now, Harold is tough because he does technically have one good game, that being Action, where he manages to get all the way to the final five. However, if we look at each of his games, I mean, he isn't really poised too well in any of them. Obviously, in Island, he is an outcast from early on, and he is the subject of being bullied by a lot of those guys there. Now, granted, he does make it decently far considering how much he's being bullied. Now, some of that is due to other people emerging as bigger targets, while some of it is also the guys just finding it funny to have someone around to bully and to be a punching bag, basically. So I feel like that's a big reason why he is able to survive all those rounds in the pre-merge. So there's that. Moving forward to Action, where obviously he makes it quite a bit further. However, even then, I feel like he kind of falls into a similar trap where his team does win the bulk of the challenges in the pre-merge, despite him not having too many allies outside of Lashana, I guess. And he obviously survives the Gwen round, but then again, that was because Gwen was throwing the challenge and actively voted herself out. So there's that. And he survives the Heather round as well, but even then, that was because there were other targets to consider, namely Lashana and then later Heather, who literally had no one in the game, to where he at least had Lashana. However, had he gone to more elimination ceremonies, I'm not too sure his luck would have really held up there. And while he does get all the way to the final five, I don't really feel like he does a lot of things particularly well there, which leads me straight into his strategic ability, which you would think that based on his background, the fact that he is a geek and a number cruncher, that he would be good strategically. And I mean, we see him like be involved in certain strategic moments in both island and action. However, I feel like we never see him pull off anything too impressive. And even when he does, he isn't really able to capitalize beyond that one move. If we look at Island, he obviously has the move of eliminating Courtney relatively early in the game, which, if we ignore the fact that he had to cheat in order to get that outcome, it's not really the worst move in the world. I mean, for one, is getting rid of Courtney, someone who was starting to get a foothold in the game, but also setting himself up to potentially gain leverage over the guys who were bullying him and really had more power than him for a lot of the game. Now, he could have gone about that a number of different ways. He could have tried to make them feel on the outs and in turn try to make himself their new option moving forward to get back into the majority. Or he could have tried sowing distrust between Duncan, Jeff, and DJ to make them blame each other for putting together a Courtney blindside and in turn weakening their power moving forward. There were a number of different ways in which Harold could have turned this Courtney move into something that propels him deeper into the game. But instead, he pretty much does nothing, and he's basically just a sitting duck at that point. He's literally the next boot, and we literally see him do nothing to capitalize on this move, despite potentially being something that could have changed his game, which really makes me think that he did this more so out of a vendetta against the guys who are bullying him and as an act of revenge, rather than something that could have really made him a power player moving forward. So I feel like at the end of the day, the fact that he didn't capitalize on that is a bit of a missed opportunity. And then jumping forward to action, there is more questionable stuff there, where first we see Lashana trying to build an alliance between him and Duncan during episode 8, which Harold pretty much rejects. Now, to be fair, Duncan also rejects this, but still, not great that Harold isn't trying to take advantage of this to improve his position, which, as I alluded to earlier, wasn't the greatest. And while he does eventually agree to the alliance with them, I mean, it's already at a point where Duncan and Lashana were against each other. It was after the merge when the guys and the girls essentially splintered, and it made it so that Duncan and Lashana were going to be the next boots. And Harold was the swing vote in that round, and he could have either voted out Duncan or he could have voted out Lashana. And I feel like he makes the wrong decision in voting out Lashana, someone who he had a better relationship throughout, someone who could have been a target ahead of him, considering all the stuff that she did beforehand, and also by aligning with Lindsay and Beth, who were a clear power duo by that point, who had a decent amount of control, but again would have also been a target to have ahead of him. I feel like by aligning with Lindsay, Beth, and Lashana, that he would have been much better set up for the end game, as he would have been with people he had a better relationship with, and also people who could have been decent shields for him in that end game. But instead, he votes out Lashana and basically sides with Duncan, Courtney, and Justin, neither of whom have that great of a relationship with. And he goes along with this because Courtney convinces him that the women are actually targeting him, which is pretty ridiculous when you think about it, especially with Courtney being widely hated herself and her being aligned with Duncan. I mean, it was pretty clear that Duncan was being targeted in order to weaken Courtney. So for him to just fall for this and not really try to get any other reassurances is a pretty bad look on Harold's end. And from that point on, I mean, yes, he is just hanging on in the game as Courtney and Duncan remain the biggest targets. However, I feel like he's not really being set up to win the game if he gets towards the end. I feel like, yes, while he does successfully survive the Justin and the Lindsay rounds, I feel like Harold himself isn't really that big of a player in the game. And while he is voted out at the final five, largely due to him figuring out that Owen was being a mole and interfering with the game, I feel like aside from that, Harold wasn't poised too well to get towards the very end. And then we jump to World Tour, which is not great at all, where Alejandro manipulates him into quitting the game in order to impress Lashana once she started to get the hots for him. So that's not great either. So I feel like despite Harold seeming like someone you'd think would be good at strategically and crunching numbers, that he has demonstrated some pretty questionable decisions over his 3 seasons, with him not capitalizing on the Courtney move in Island, him siding with Duncan and Courtney over Lashana in action, and then him quitting the game in World Tour. So none of that's particularly great. Socially, I feel like Harold is okay. Now, he obviously doesn't get along with everyone, and with him being this geeky guy, that people like Duncan are going to be prone to not respect him and in turn, like, pull pranks on him and stuff. And while he does build some solid relationships with Lashana and builds good enough relationships with people that are similar to him, I feel like that's not going to be the case for him on any given season, per se. And then physically, I mean, yes, he isn't very strong and he usually doesn't help out too much. However, he has some pretty notable challenge wins there. On Island, he single handedly wins the dodgeball challenge as well as a talent show. In action, he is the main reason they win the disaster submarine challenge. So there's that. And he has been shown to do well in certain challenges that utilize his brain as well as his mad skills. However, those aren't going to be applicable in all situations. And even outside that, his problems strategically and socially are definitely going to be things that could counter those strengths in his challenges. So at the end of the day, I don't look at Harold as a super impressive player. And I feel like he has plenty of holes, even in action, which was his best game. However, compared to everyone else, he at least made it decently far. I mean, he did at least have a Final Five finish on his season, whereas none of the people we talked about before made it that far on any season per se. But considering the issues that he's had with his game, I can't have him too much higher, and he is here at number 34. Now moving on to number 33, and I had no idea what to do with this person, as I feel like as a whole, this player is a very mixed bag, as I've been highly critical of this person's game in the past. However, this person has had the deepest run out of anyone we've talked about on this list so far, which is why they aren't lower. However, there are plenty of issues with their game, and here we have Sugar, the final boot of Pocketail Island. And I talked about this before, how I was not super impressed with her Pocketail Island game, where, yeah, she is very active in the game. However, she isn't really effective in a lot of cases, and I feel like on any given season, she is someone who is unlikely to connect with too many people. I mean, if we're looking at her game, I mean, she's on the outs early on, where she gets into a lot of fights with people. She loses Leonard right away, which isn't great. And she obviously developed quite a bit of hatred towards Ella, someone who was trying to work with her and was trying to build a friendship with her, but she just flat out rejects her and even goes so far as to get Ella disqualified from the game due to her constant singing. So that's not particularly great. At the merge, she is somewhat successful in breaking up Dave and Sky, although even then, I do credit that more to Dave being a bit of a weirdo and really creeping out Sky to where they distance themselves effectively. And even at the vote where she is technically behind the Dave boot, I mean, Dave himself votes himself out of the game. So, I mean, how much credit you really give Sugar there is really up in the air. And beyond that, she essentially gets pretty lucky to get as far as she does, where her team only attends 2 elimination ceremonies in the pre-merge. I felt like had they gone to more, she definitely could have been in some danger there. And even after the merge, I mean, there's a day vote, and then immediately after, there's the Max and Scarlet ejections that pretty much give her a Final Four seat with very little effort put into it. But even outside of that, she is in the worst position of the Final Four, and she goes so far as to target Sky at the Final Four once they learned the format of the challenge, which I think was a misstep there. I felt like she probably should have gone after Sean and Jasmine at that point, as they were a very clear duo at that point. I feel like going after Sky was a bit questionable on its own. However, even then, she gets the best case scenario of Jasmine going home, setting herself up for a decent Final 3 round. And while she loses the challenger, I don't think she was particularly set up super well either, to where had either Sean or Sky won immunity and had been a normal round, she would have gone home anyway. So I feel like she wasn't super poised to do well there. And even beyond that, I don't feel like she does well in any given season. I feel like Pocketail Island was definitely one of her better case scenarios. And even then, there are plenty of holes with her game, like her not having more eliminations to deal with. And even outside of that, while she does get a successful with the Dave vote, I mean, you can't really give her too much credit for that, or at least I don't give her too much credit for that. So it's a very mixed bag for me, and I don't feel comfortable putting Sugar too high based on what we've seen from her. She's a very confrontational person, and while she's very active, I feel like she is someone who probably is unlikely to get the connections and numbers that she needs in order to pull off her moves in a lot of cases. However, she has had the best track record out of anyone we've talked about already, with her literally getting a third place finish, which is enough to have her relatively high on the list, as she has at least demonstrated the ability to make a deep run. However, how much she did to get to that position is largely up in the air, but it's enough to land her here at number 33. Now we're moving on to number 32, and we are moving on to a grouping of three players who I feel like got a bit of a raw deal in terms of the results, didn't have the most impressive showings. However, I feel like they showed a decent amount of potential, and had they come back for another season and had they been given better circumstances, I feel like they could do well. However, it's due to that lack of certainty that leaves them a bit lower than I probably would have them otherwise. At number 32, we have the player who probably has shown the least evidence of doing well, however, got a pretty bad deal on their season. And here we have Dawn from Revenge of the Island. And as I said, I feel like Dawn got really unlucky with how the season played out, where she picked up on the fact that Scott was causing trouble and that he was a threat that should be taken care of soon. However, she gets unlucky in that Scott happened to be walking by while she was laying this all out in her confessional. Now, certainly, she never would be dumb enough to say this in a situation where Scott would figure it out. She said it in her confessional, where which you would assume would have a degree of privacy to it. And yet, it's through the misfortune of Scott walking by and being able to pick up on this that prompts him to flip the target from Brick to Dawn and to frame her for stealing all the stuff that he stole. And that in turn causes her to be voted out. So, in turn, I feel like she gets very unlucky with how the game played out. And I feel like she showed a decent amount of potential with her having a unique charm to her, to where I felt like she could have built a bit more bonds had she been given more of a chance. She definitely seemed to be on good terms with a lot of people on her team, and she showed a decent amount of awareness within the game, where she recognized that Scott was doing all this stuff and was plotting to take him out. And I feel like she is similar in a lot of ways to B, in the sense that she can definitely charm a lot of people and has some good strategic reads, with the main difference being that she opens her mouth more than B, and in turn is able to better realize that potential than B could. So there's that going for her at least. However, the main reason she's the lowest of these three group people in this group is that she definitely demonstrated the weakest bonds. Like, she doesn't really have any clear allies, despite her being on good terms with a lot of people on her team. She never really creates waves or gets on anyone's bad side, with the exception of Scott. However, it's what we saw from her and the fact that she gets very unlucky that makes me want to put her relatively higher. But it's the lack of evidence of her being a great player that leads me to leave her here at number 32. Now moving on to number 31, and we have a slightly similar player. However, this person has definitely demonstrated more charm and has demonstrated the ability to build closer allies in Dawn. But here we have Noah. And again, I feel like Noah is basically a better version of Dawn, where he has a unique personality that can take a bit to getting used to, but he can definitely get into people's hearts and get on people's good side. And unlike with Dawn, we see Noah have some success in building bonds. Like, he obviously builds a very good relationship with Owen, and even extending to Rodonculus Race, he ends up building a good relationship with Emma. So we do see concrete evidence of Noah's personality charming people to the point where he has allies coming into a season. And I feel like that is enough to put him above Dawn at least. And he also has the strategic chops as well, where he picks up on Alejandro's game and tells Owen about this and was planning to flip on him. And similar to Dawn, he gets very unlucky with the fact that this conversation was recorded, and Alejandro learning about this because he was so bad at the challenge that he was able to go back to the plane and see the camera footage of Noah telling this information to Owen, where had that not been the case, that Noah could have flown a bit more under the radar and been a bit more quiet in building the distrust against Alejandro to where it could have eventually resulted in a flip. So there's at least that. And I feel like similar to Dawn, he has a lot of similarities to her. And with the main difference being that we have more evidence of Noah translating a lot of these attributes into actual things within the game, with him building relationships and him putting plans together, compared to Dawn, someone who definitely had glimpses of that, but largely was unable to translate that into the game. Noah was at least successful in doing that. However, the main reason that he is here is that, yes, while he has shown a lot of potential through his 2 seasons, I mean, at the end of the day, his overall track record isn't great. He's obviously the first boot off his team and island, and even on World Tour, he never survives an elimination ceremony. He is literally voted out at the first opportunity. So it's that which gives me quite a bit of hesitation with putting him higher. And plus, at the end of the day, his personality can be a bit of an acquired taste. He's definitely not going to connect well with everyone, but it's the evidence of him being a potentially good player that leads me to put him here at number 31. Now we're moving on to number 30, and we're wrapping up this tier of players who I think have potential, but we're just unable to translate that into the game. And here we have Sammy from Pocatello Island. And I can see some people disagreeing with this take. However, I feel like Sammy got a really bad deal in Pocatello Island, where she was literally on the same team as her twin sister, Amy, someone who was much more effective at turning people against her, really making her a joke for a lot of it, to the point where she is literally voted out at the first elimination ceremony. Now, granted, she is able to stay in the game thanks to a trick that she pulls that causes people to confuse Amy for her, and in turn causing people to think that she is Amy once Amy gets sent out of the game. However, from that point on, she is largely ineffective, mainly because people think that she is Amy, and in turn, she isn't really able to express herself super well. So it's a tough game to assess, and obviously one in which we didn't get to see a lot of her game panning out. However, similar to these previous 2 people we talked about, I feel like a lot of that can be excused by the fact that she was on the same season as Amy, someone who knew her very well and someone who had a very hostile relationship with her, and in turn had a direct goal in turning most of the people against her. To where if she had gone into any given season, like the Island cast or the Revenge of the Island cast, then I feel like Sammy would have had a clean slate to work off of. And in turn, I feel like Sammy could have potentially been a lot more successful in the game. And even on this cast, with Amy turning everyone against her, she still was able to build some sympathy and build some good relationships, namely with Jasmine, to where she is at least able to cope with the situation, especially once everyone thinks that she is Amy after Amy leaves the game. And the main reason I have her above Dawn and Noah is I feel like her personality probably has the widest appeal out of either of those two, to where Dawn and Noah are a bit on the quirkier side and can definitely get on some people's nerves. To where Sammy, I feel like, is a generally likable person, and had they not been pulled down by Amy so much that she could have potentially gotten on good terms with most of her team there. So I feel like that is enough to put her in this tier, and with her wide enough appeal, all things being equal, I feel like that is enough to have her at the top of this grouping of people. However, there's still a lot of uncertainty with her potential in the game that leads me to put her here at number 30. Now we're moving on to number 29, and I feel like these next 2 players are largely similar in that we have a lot more evidence of them being in strong positions within their respective games. However, they definitely had some flaws in them that eventually resulted in their downfall. By number 29, we literally have someone who we just mentioned. We have Amy, Sammy's twin sister. And obviously, Amy had a lot more success in the early game of Pocatello Island than Sammy, to where she was able to click a lot more effectively with most of her team, while effectively turning most of the team against Sammy, which definitely is a questionable move. I mean, it's pretty clear that she has a hostile relationship with her twin sister. However, I feel like she could have at least seen the benefit in having her own family member who has a shared interest in wanting to win the prize money, and tried to make the public fights a more performative thing, while definitely working with Sammy behind the scenes to swallow their pride and
recognize the collective benefit in one of them winning the game at least. But Amy doesn't take that route. She literally hates her sister and spends every waking moment trying to turn everyone against her. And to her credit, she is largely effective in doing so. She has a lot of the team on her side. And when it comes to the first elimination ceremony, she is effective in voting out Sammy. And obviously, that's a pretty good display of Amy's ability to rally up most of her team. However, she has burned Sammy so much to where Sammy was able to trick everyone to thinking that she was Sammy who had just been voted out through feeding the apple that she's allergic to and putting on her mole to confuse everyone. And through that, Amy basically gets her just desserts and is sent out of the game, largely through her own doing in mistreating Sammy so much to the point where Sammy was willing to do that in order to stay in the game. So I feel like that alone demonstrates a key flaw with her game in that yes, while she isn't going to be on any given season with her like bitter rival per se, she is someone who can control the game in a way to where people could eventually turn on her. And I feel like her treatment of Sammy throughout the course of Potato Island is a bit of a worrying sign in terms of her handling anyone that is not within her core group. Now, granted, she, similar to Sammy, has a cheerleader personality, which is definitely something that can get her a lot of appeal on any given season. And through that, she is able to potentially get numbers. However, it's her treatment of Sammy that really sets her up for a potential downfall. And that very much played out on the season with Sammy literally pulling that trick on her to get her sent out of the game instead. So there's that at least. However, the main reason she is above Sammy is that we at least have more evidence of her being effective in the game, and she literally outplays Sammy by getting most of the team to vote against her over herself. So that is enough to have her above Sammy. However, it's that flaw of her treatment of Sammy and the potential for her to burn a lot of people to the point where she becomes a target in her own right is a big reason that she is here at number 29. Now we're moving on to number 28, and we have someone who is pretty similar to Amy in a lot of ways, but arguably has a more successful track record. And here we have Joe from Revenge of the Island. And Joe obviously had more success in the game than Amy, where on Revenge of the Island, she gets all the way to 5th place. And in turn, she has a decent amount of control within a lot of the game. She is a relatively strategically active player in the game, and she is someone who is willing to utilize that to a great degree. She's obviously pretty good physically to where she is pretty good at challenges. And in turn, I feel like she is someone who will definitely play the game hard to try to win. However, I feel like similar to some other people we talked about, I mean, just because you're strategically active doesn't mean you're necessarily making the correct decisions. Where with Joe, I can definitely point to plenty of holes, even within her Revenge of the Island game, where she targets Brick, first of all, despite him seeing her as a worthy adversary. I feel like she definitely could try to turn that into an alliance, but she pretty much just turns it down and votes him out when he gets a chance, so there's that. She builds an alliance with Lightning before the merge, which is pretty good on her part. However, during the merge round, she basically betrays Lightning in the challenge, which causes him to no longer trust her, which is a very bad move, especially considering that Cameron approached her at the merge already to form an alliance with her, and she basically rejects him, which even ignoring the alliance with Lightning is very bad. I mean, yes, she already had an alliance with Lightning, but why is she turning down a second alliance with Cameron? She's literally turning away an ally on a silver platter, and it's even worse when after the mic round and Lightning is already against her, thanks in large part to her own actions of her ditching him during the challenge. I mean, she literally comes crawling back to Cameron to try to build an alliance with him, but at that point, she had already made it clear to Cameron that she didn't really respect him and she didn't really want to work with him. So, really bad look there. I mean, she should have just accepted the alliance at first, and even if she had no intention of working with Cameron moving forward, it's much better for her to have Cameron thinking that she's on his side than to flat out say that she has no interest in him. So, obviously, that's pretty bad, and coupled with her ruining her relationship with Lightning, I mean, she's pretty much in a bad position. Now, granted, it is a 2 to 1 to 1 to 1 vote when she goes out. However, considering that she could have potentially had Lightning and Cameron on her side had she not actively burn them, the fact that she ended up in that predicament is pretty bad, all things considered, and really shows her flaws as a player to where, yes, she can be effective strategically at points. However, it's her own self image as this superior person that can lead to her actively burning people that she doesn't see as worthy and actively burning people that she doesn't see as people she wants to get to the end with, which is a pretty big flaw at the end of the day, if you ask me. And similar to Amy, I feel like Jo is someone who can very much position herself as the leader of her group. And with her burning people that are on the outs, she could definitely position herself as someone to be picked off by that group, assuming a flick can happen. So really, it's a very mixed bag for her. And I haven't even mentioned her All-Star game, which was just bad. I mean, she was taken out very early, which isn't great. So I feel like Jo is a pretty mixed bag at the end of the day, with her definitely having some willingness to play the game, and obviously she makes a pretty deep run, getting all the way to fifth place. However, considering the path that she took to get there and considering the mistakes she made along the way, I mean, she very well could have made it further in the game had she not burned so many people along the way, particularly people that were willing to work with her. So I feel like because of that, I can't reward her too much on this list. However, it's a combination of her track record and her being willing to at least play the game, and also her being good enough physically to where she'll be good enough in challenges, that leads me to have her decently high, but not too high. And she's here number 28. Now we're moving on to number 27. And admittedly, I have wondered whether this person is too high, given the fact that they didn't take the game too seriously on their time out there. However, I couldn't really find a better place for them. And considering everyone we just talked about, I feel like Toffer is probably here at number 27. And the tough thing about Toffer is he never really took the game too seriously on Pocket Tail Island. It felt like he was mainly there to try to get a hosting gig, and we see him try to replace Chris as the host, and that's really the bulk of his storyline across that season. Aside from that, we never really see him play the game too hard. However, the main reason I have him this high is I feel like he is the type of person who, if he were to take the game seriously, that I think he could have a decent level of success. I mean, he seems charismatic enough to where people can generally get onto his good side, and he seemed competent enough at challenges to where he probably isn't going to be costing people too many challenges unless, of course, his focus is elsewhere. So I feel like it's a bit of a mixed bag for me to where on paper he has the attributes to be a good player. It's just a matter of whether he has the heart to take the game seriously and to play the game as opposed to just using it to make for good TV, which makes it tough for me to assess. But I feel like 27 is probably a decent spot for him. Now we're moving on to number 26, and in many ways, this person is similar to Toffer, although this person is definitely a bit more chaotic than him in a lot of ways. However, I feel like this person is certainly better at each element of the game to where if they took the game seriously, they could probably do better than Topper. But here we have Sierra. And Sierra is obviously very tough to assess, as one of her biggest flaws is her obsession with Cody. I mean, on World Tour, we saw her be incredibly loyal to Cody to the point where she was willing to go to the end with him. And I've talked about this before, but if she had succeeded in getting to the final two with Cody, which was a very real possibility until she blew up the plane, she has a very good shot of throwing her game away to Cody and giving him the win. And I think we see that even beyond that, where we see Cody vote against her multiple times, even when she has immunity, and yet she still remains loyal to him. She never takes the hint that Cody doesn't want to be around her. And I feel like that's a very big flaw on her end. The fact that she is so loyal to Cody is a pretty big problem. And in general, her willingness to get with him at any cost probably makes it hard for her to play the game for herself and to play the game to win. And even going into All Stars, she definitely deludes herself into thinking that Cameron is Cody, to where even on a season where Cody isn't there and you would think she would try to play for herself, that she still finds a way to insert her obsession with Cody into the game and in turn let that drive everything that she does. So I feel like through that, her obsession with Cody is a massive blind spot and a real hindrance on her potential as a player. However, the main reason I have her this high is she is very good physically. I mean, we see her win challenges in World Tour, and socially, I mean, she obviously gets on Cody and Cameron's nerves to the point where they want to vote her out. However, she is at least good enough for with everyone else to where she's never being targeted. And then strategically, I feel like she is pretty competent. She's obviously a big fan of Total Drama, and she's had some pretty good reads. I mean, she knows that Heather is pretty good strategically. And even with Alejandro, like while she didn't like necessarily call him out as a mastermind, she wasn't one to fall for a lot of his manipulation. So I feel like in that regard, Sierra isn't the worst player in the world. I feel like she's good enough at all three facets of the game. And if it weren't for her session with Cody, I feel like she would be a pretty competent player. However, it's that massive blind spot that really drags her down, and what a lot of people tend to think of when they think of Sierra as a player. But it's the fact that she at least has the potential, barring that one major flaw, that leads her to have her this high at number 26. Now we're moving on to number 25, and we have finally reached our first winner on this list. And this person is probably someone you were expecting, although this person was not the bottom ranked person on my winner ranking. But here we have Lightning, one of the winners from Revenge of the Island. And I'm sure there are people who probably aren't too surprised by this, although Lightning was number 6 out of 12 on my winner ranking. So this is definitely a case of Lightning being a worse player than a winner. And there's obviously some pretty big holes with Lightning's game. I mean, socially, he is a very mixed bag. Granted, he is a pretty funny character to me personally, although he definitely gets on some people's nerves. He obviously isn't great with a lot of the non athlete people. He obviously isn't the brightest bulb either, with him thinking Joe was a guy for a lot of the season, so that's not great. And physically, he's pretty competent, although that wasn't enough to stop him from being an early boot on All Stars, so take that as you will. Now, if we look at his actual winning game for Revenge of the Island, I think it's pretty alright for the most part, definitely middle of the road, where he wasn't really dictating too much of the action, although he was in the majority for a lot of the game. He obviously gets into that alliance with Joe shortly before the merge that is able to control the brick vote. But then at the merge, Joe essentially ditches him for no real reason. And while I do fault Joe for this more than Lightning, I do think it's pretty good on Lightning's end that he was able to pick up on this and in turn open himself up to working with other people. That allows him to vote out Joe the next round in the 2-to-1-to-1-to-1 vote, with him being the swing vote there. He does build an alright bond with Cameron as a result, to where he's able to get his way in that round. And then at the final four, he just immediately throws that away when Cameron wins immunity due to a fluke, but it's not great that he takes it personally, like, and really spends the rest of the season wanting to get revenge on Cameron. And then at the final three, he does win immunity there, and he is really the only person in this position that is able to vote someone out at the final three. And he does vote out Zoe there, someone who was the bigger threat than him. And I think that is a pro for Lightning as a player, in that he recognizes that Cameron is, at least on paper, easier to beat in a challenge than Zoe was, and he's able to do play accordingly there. So that is a pro for him at the end of the day. Although I still don't like that he got into that rivalry to begin with. It's felt very petty. And I feel like in general, Lightning, it can be a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, as I alluded to earlier, yes, he is good physically. However, I feel like in the other elements of the game, he does have his moments. However, he still struggles quite a bit. I think socially is probably where he struggles the most, to where, yeah, he was in the majority for a lot of Revenge of the Island. However, aside from Joe and later Cameron, he doesn't really connect super well with a lot of people outside of his mold. And in All Stars, he just gets on everyone's nerves to where he is an early boot. So I can't really say Lightning is a great player, and he has definitely shown to be a high variance player. However, it's those nuggets of merit to him, like him being good at challenges, him recognizing Joe flipping on him, and then him recognizing that Cameron could be easier to beat in a challenge than Zoe, and voting her out the final three. Those are enough to have him this high on the list. However, compared to the players we're about to be talking about, I can't have him too much higher. And because of that, he is here number 25. Now we're moving on to number 24. And I feel like these next three players are essentially a transitional group between a lot of the players we've been talking about before, the players that have pretty massive holes in their game and pretty questionable performances across their careers, to the top part of the list, to where I feel like we are getting to the good players at this point. However, these three kind of fall in the middle, if you ask me. But at number 24, we have the most flawed of these players. And I kind of can't believe this person is this high on the list, but that's just how it came out. But here we have Dave from Potato Island. And I've been pretty critical of Dave in the past. I don't like how he essentially threw away his game in order to impress Sky and be pretty unsuccessful with that. And in general, that the fact that he was able to vote himself out and was willing to do so, and the fact that he essentially lost his mind for no real reason other than to impress Sky, is a massive hole in his game. And the fact that he's only played once and we never really see him play a normal game is a pretty big indictment on him as a player. However, I feel like that's just it, to where I feel like he is someone who, outside his thing with Sky, is a pretty all right player. I mean, he seems fine enough socially to where he gets along with most of his team. He's competent enough physically. I mean, he's never going to cost anyone their challenge per se. He's never going to be the reason that they lose a challenge per se. And strategically, I feel like he's fine. I mean, I feel like he has a pretty good head on his shoulders, so there's that at least. However, it's the biggest flaw of him getting blind spots, particularly with Sky, to where I can't have him too high. And I feel like if he were on a cast with Sky, that it would be hard for him to really contain that. However, to his credit, he was able to keep it in for a decent amount of the pre-merge, to where he didn't blow up his game sooner. And I guess I have to give him some credit for that. And I feel like if he were on a season without Sky, I feel like I have more confidence in him to play normally than someone like a Sierra, who has demonstrated to insert her Cody obsession even on a cast without Cody in it. I feel like Dave is slightly more likely to remove himself from stuff related to Sky if Sky weren't there. So I feel like that is enough to have him this high on the list. However, the fact that we don't have too much evidence of him being an all right player outside of his relationship with Sky leads me to put him here at number 24. Now we're moving on to number 23, and we have a player that's pretty similar to Dave in terms of his trajectory. However, we do at least have evidence of him playing a semi-normal game, and here we have Trent. Now, obviously, Trent has a lot of similarities to Dave in terms of his relationship with Gwen. Not so much on Island per se, but more so in action, where he starts to get really clingy and jealous of Duncan once Gwen starts hanging out with him more, which prompts the whole nine obsession and him really trying to impress Gwen at every turn, even up to throwing challenges in order to impress her, which isn't really successful. However, it's a bit more rational than Dave literally voting himself out at the merge, thinking that will impress Guy. I mean, at least with Trent, you could see the logic behind him thinking that giving Gwen an easier time with winning challenges would make her a bit happier. So there's that, but at the end of the day, it's still really bad. And the fact that he does throw away his game in order to impress Gwen is pretty bad. And obviously, Gwen breaks up with him due to his behavior. So I feel like that's not particularly great. Obviously, his team picks up on it, and Justin really leads the charge in voting him out there. So that's not particularly great. However, the thing that puts him above Dave, I mean, aside from the fact that he doesn't literally vote himself out, is the fact that we at least saw him be a normal person in Island. Where he was pretty well liked for a lot of that season. Now, obviously, he was a bit of the normal guy, and while he had decent relationships with a lot of the Gophers early on, it's not like he had any close bonds outside of the one that he had with Gwen. He obviously gets injured quite a bit, which was a running gag, and it's sort of crazy how he wasn't medevac, considering how in later seasons they would medevac other players for injuries that are arguably more mild than the ones he suffered in Island, but take that as you will. And while it's not great that he is targeted at the merge once Heather wins immunity, I mean, it's still not a huge indictment on him in terms of him being well liked. It was really that whole situation with Heather that really sabotaged this game, where it's not great that he allows Heather to get into his head after he and really everyone else knew that Heather cannot be trusted. The fact that he was so susceptible to believe all of her lies about Gwen not really liking him is a pretty worrying sign about his strategic ability and him being able to pick up on certain reads. Not to mention the fact that LaShawn literally has him as a secondary target after Heather wins immunity. Mind you, Heather was basically handed immunity in that round, but still, the fact that he was a secondary target and the fact that she didn't really go to Gwen or him or anyone else to suggest another target, maybe like a Lindsay in order to weaken Heather, the fact that he became the fall guy for this isn't great as well. So really, if we look at his track record, it's not a great record. Like obviously his action game is pretty terrible. And even his island game, I mean, yes, which is pretty competent for the most part, wasn't without its flaws. And at the end of the day, I'm not too sure if he wins Island, even if it wasn't for the Heather situation. He just didn't seem to have strong enough allies, and his position wasn't strong enough to propel him all the way to the end, if even without the Heather situation. So I feel like that is also a pretty big knock. However, if we take away his behavior and action, he does seem to be a competent enough player, pretty good all around, good enough at each asset of the game to where he's probably isn't going to be targeted pre-merge. And he is likable enough to where if you give him a certain cast, he could do well. It's just that we never really saw that on either of his seasons, really. So, really, I can't have him too high. And that leads me to put him here at number 23. Now, moving on to number 22, and we're wrapping up this transitional tier of players who are good on paper, but just haven't had the best track records, all things considered. And here we have Bridget, who is obviously a 3-time player. They have the most evidence out of anyone we just mentioned in this grouping. And it's not great. I mean, if we look at her island game, I mean, it's pretty good for the most part. I mean, similar to Trent, she is good enough physically, good enough socially, good enough strategically. And in fact, she arguably has a better position than Trent on the Killer Bass, where she has her relationship with Jeff, who in turn is connected to the guys' alliance, that being Jeff, Duncan, and DJ. So she at least had an in there. Coming to the merge, she was seen as the swing vote within the women's alliance, where we saw the women being very divided and they saw her as the middle person there. So she had to pick a side there. And that is something that you can give Bridget in the sense that she was in that position early on the merge. However, she obviously had a problem with threat management to where the guys literally targeted her at the first opportunity after the Trent vote, where they saw her as pretty cool and in turn a pretty big threat. And while Jeff wasn't willing to go along with that, I mean, at the end of the day, Jeff wasn't able to sway the vote elsewhere, and in turn, she is voted out at that first opportunity. But at the end of the day, I feel like she is pretty similar to Trent in terms of her ability. I mean, yes, while she isn't incompetent per se, I feel like she isn't someone that is going to make a killer move. And we saw that play out in Island, where despite her being in favorable positions, she wasn't really able to leverage that in a way that really made her a power player within the game. So there's that. Obviously, her action game is pretty lackluster. However, I don't really fault her too much for being the first boot on action. It's just that at the end of the day, it's really a wash. I mean, there wasn't really anything to assess there. But then we get the World Tour, where I feel like the way that she plays that isn't great either. I feel like she was very passive within the game. And yes, while she got unlucky with being on Team Victory, which lost a lot of those challenges, it's still not great that she wasn't playing the game too actively. She obviously gets into a crush with Alejandro, who manipulates her very easily. And despite it being in Alejandro's best interest to work with Bridget moving forward, he immediately backstabs her by getting her stuck to the pole, costing the team the challenge and making her the next boot as a result. So, really, if we look at Bridget's career on a whole, it's not particularly great, with Island, her best game, even not being super impressive. And in general, while she is a good enough player on paper, there's nothing there that's exceptionally great to where I see her as a particularly likely winner on a lot of seasons. Now, mind you, I think she's a more likely winner than anyone we just talked about in this list so far. However, she never really has demonstrated herself as a really active player that is willing to make those moves to propel her moving forward. So I think with all that considered, mean, there isn't too much to prop her up for. However, I feel like she is someone that belongs in this grouping of players, of people that could do well, like if things had turned out better, or players that should be good on paper, but just haven't really demonstrated that across any of their seasons. And with Bridget belonging in that tier, I feel like she belongs here at number 22. Now moving on to number 21, and we got an interesting person to talk about here. As on one hand, this person has played 4 times. They did relatively well in 2 of those runs. However, even within those runs, there was still plenty of danger spots for this particular person. And beyond that, I'm not really sure how often they are to actually win any given season. However, they have shown some competency within the game. But here we have Lindsay. And the weird thing about Lindsay is, on one hand, she is a pretty social person. Again, while she isn't the brightest bulb in the closet, I mean, she is pretty likable for the most part. And she does seem like the type of person that would be relatively popular on any given season. Now, granted, she doesn't really have much strategic agency in the game, and I think that really highlights in both of her games in which she does relatively well, that being Island and Action, where yes, she does make a deep run, however, she was in quite a bit of danger, all things considered. Where on Island, I mean, I don't think she goes home in any scenario. Both the times she is in the bottom two. I mean, she's in the bottom two during the Noah round, but even then, Noah was the clear boot there. And then we have the Izzy round, or the first Izzy round, where I do think Izzy would have been voted out there, as she did cost the team the challenge there. So, but the fact that she was in the bottom two to begin with wasn't great. And I think a lot of that had to do with her being perceived as Heather's ally and her extension, per se. So you could argue that they were trying to go after her in order to weaken Heather more than anything else, which, I mean, considering that it was the pre-merge, it sort of makes you wonder why they didn't just go after Heather directly. The fact that they saw Lindsay as someone that they could get out in order to weaken Heather was a bit of a knock at the end of the day for me, so that's not particularly great. And yes, while she does technically get screwed over by that really unfair challenge where she and Heather were the only ones to even complete the challenge, and then she just got sent home by default there. I don't really think she was long for the game even beyond that point, as there's a good chance that she could have been voted out there anyway, as again, we've already seen people be willing to target her in order to weaken Heather, and with Heather having immunity there, I mean, there's very little reason to believe that she wouldn't have been targeted there. So that's not particularly great. We then go to Action, where again, she is in the bottom two multiple times throughout the pre-merge. And actually, she was in even more danger this time, where she gets through the Izzy round, the E-scope round, all right. But then she's in the bottom two in the round where DJ quits the game. And had DJ not quit the game, she would have been voted out there. She was seen as overly bossy there. So that's not particularly great, but she's able to scrape on by through that, get to the merge. And obviously, we know that her and Beth are in a pretty good spot coming into that merge. Now, I do think her dominance of the post merge of Action is a bit overstated. I would say that from the point where Courtney enters the game until her boot, she does have a decent amount of control. But even then, she doesn't get her way during the Lashana round. So really, I mean, if we're looking at that entire stretch, I would say that she only controls one vote, that being the Justin boot. And she had the numbers to vote out Duncan afterwards until, well, she voted herself out. Now, to her credit, had she not voted herself out, I think her and Beth would have been in a pretty good position to control the game from that point on. And I think Lindsay probably beats Beth had it gone to a jury vote and had they gone to the end together. So, I mean, there's that at least. Now, whether she gets there, I mean, there are definitely question marks there. I mean, she could have been taken out for being a big threat. And really, that's one of my bigger issues with Lindsay in general, is that while she is a pretty social and likable person, she does get into a lot of sticky situations. I mean, like I said, in Island in Action, she is in the bond to a lot. And while she was in a somewhat good position in the latter half of Action, she's a very out in front person and such a blatant threat to where it's very possible that people could have targeted her, as she's someone who very easily wins if she gets to the end. And that's something I struggle with when it comes to Lindsay. It's that, yes, she has the ability to ingratiate herself with a lot of people, but it doesn't translate to them wanting to keep her in the game very much. I mean, whether it's to weaken Heather because she's aligned with her, or if it's to take her out because she's a big threat. I think Lindsay really struggles with threat management in general. And if we go to World Tour, I mean, she obviously gets very unlucky with her being on Team Victory. They lose all the challenges. Now, I do give her a decent amount of credit for being one of the last two survivors there. And even with DJ wanting to quit the game, she should have outlasted him there, as DJ was willing to give up his game to break this curse or whatever. However, we obviously saw how that turned out. And then All Stars, well, I mean, do we really even count All Stars? So, for the most part, I mean, like I said, I think Lindsay is pretty good socially. She's good enough physically in most situations to where she won't be a liability for a team. I mean, aside from All Stars, but whatever. Again, strategically, I don't think there's too much there. However, I think she's good at surrounding herself with people that are able to make strategic decisions for her, whether it's Heather in Island, like helping her navigate the game strategically, or an action where she had Beth by her side for a lot of it. I think Lindsay is good at getting people around her that are able to navigate the votes for her. It's just that she has such a big threat management issue that she's unlikely to make decisions on her own, and particularly decisions that will help her get to the end of the game in most situations. However, compared to everyone we just talked about, I think she is generally a competent player. I mean, despite her being seen as this dumb blonde that doesn't really do anything, I actually don't think she's the worst player in the world. However, it's those issues that keep her here at number 21. Now moving on to number 20, and we have a very interesting person to talk about. Now, I know that what I said about this person in previous videos has not been the most favorable per se, or at least not popular within the community here. And I get it in the sense that this person is very wonky in general, but I was mainly talking about this person's games here, not so much them as a player. But now on this video, I do get to talk about them more as a player. And here we have Mike. And I mean, obviously, the main confounder with Mike is all of his personalities, and which raises all these questions about how much does he have agency within the game. Like when we see him doing things within the game, whether strategic, social, or otherwise, I mean, how much of it do we give credit to Mike as in the base personality? How much credit do we give to the other personalities that he has? How much of it can we consider it all to be even the same person per se? And that's the tough thing when it comes to talking about Mike, and especially his All Stars game, where literally the second half of it, he is being controlled by this evil personality. And granted, that evil personality in Mal is able to dominate the game that causes him to be number one on my winner ranking. But when it comes to talking about Mike as a player, it becomes a lot more complicated to discuss here. Because, yes, on one hand, you can argue that they're all the same person. And actually, if we saw someone with DID in real life, I mean, it would technically be all the same person. However, they just don't have as much control over their specific actions per se. But here in the show, I mean, the show makes it very clear that each of the personalities act as distinct characters. I mean, when Mike turns into Mal, for instance, I mean, it's implied that the real Mike is stuck inside his mind, while the Mal, who is all evil and stuff, is out there actually doing things within the game that is causing Mike, Mal, and all these other personalities to technically move forward in the game. And when it comes to a winner ranking, I mean, I do consider Mike and all the personalities to be one person. However, when it comes to how Mike would do on any given season, it becomes like a bit more questionable. I mean, how often is Mike going to rely on all these personalities? I mean, even after All Stars, which implies that he's able to combine all the elements of his personalities. I mean, yes, he does technically have that, and he's technically a more unified whole, per se. I mean, he is still disposing of Mal, who was the key factor in him dominating All Stars so much. I mean, Mal is probably the best player of Total Drama of the personalities, per se. So when he's getting rid of that and he's openly rejecting the tactics and means of doing things that Mal incorporates, it makes it so that Mike is kind of a worse player of Total Drama at the end of the day. Now, granted, I still think Mal isn't perfect per se. I mean, he does kind of fall in the trap of being a villain and doing things just for the sake of being evil, like breaking all of people's things, stealing things. I mean, none of that is really necessary. And all it does is set himself up to be caught later on and just put in a worse spot. So that's not particularly great. But when it comes to things like turning the rest of the cast against Alejandro, for example, when it comes to like feeding paranoia into Cameron's mind, which granted that wasn't the best strategic move, but the fact that he has the ability to do that to someone really highlights his potential as a player at the end of the day. But it's the fact that Mike rejects that so much that makes it harder for me to evaluate him super highly, even with this new mold of him having all these personalities combined. So there's that really makes me question how he would do on any given season. Plus, the other factor is his relationships. Now, I will be talking about this when we get to these other people, but obviously, you have to factor in the fact that he played both of his seasons with Zoe and Cameron, two people that he just connected with super well. And through that, he had very strong and natural allies that allowed him to be in such a great position for both of his seasons, really. Now, granted, he does outplay Cameron and get the best of him, although again, a lot of that was due to Mal. And even then, as I alluded to a second ago, I don't even think that was the best move for him. However, we never see Mike play without Zoe, for instance. Like, there's never a point where he's actually playing the game that Zoe isn't there in his corner, at least. Now, granted, a lot of both of his seasons involve him doing things that compromise that relationship. I mean, on Revenge of the Island, like he spends a lot of the pre-merge trying to hide his DID from her, and in doing so, really upsets her. Like through the whole veto situation and him flirting with Annmarie, him not really explaining himself super well, him trying to pass off all of his personalities as him being a method actor, which is makes her confused and eventually upset at him. And then jump to All Stars, where Zoe has all these people telling her that like Mike is gone and that Mal is taken over, and it gets to the point towards the end where she figures it all out, and she's not really super happy with quote unquote Mike per se. So even then, even with him playing both of his seasons with very strong allies, he does stuff both as himself and as Mal, that really compromises those relationships as well. So, really, when we look at it from those perspectives, it's really hard for me to say that Mike is an all time great player of Total Drama. Now, I know there are plenty of people who already agreed with this and feel like he should probably be even lower on the list. However, at the end of the day, I still think Mike is a good enough player. I mean, with his personalities, he is pretty good physically. He is someone that you can expect can do well in challenges. He's good socially, as he was able to build bonds with Zoe and Cameron. Now, granted, I mean, he wasn't really tested beyond that. And a huge question mark for him would be how he would do on a cast where those people were not there and he had to connect with an entirely different group of people. That's a huge question mark for me. And then also how much he would really embrace the strategic element of the game, as he obviously rejects Mal in the process. And the main reason that he was able to be as cutthroat and strategically dominant as he was because Mal was controlling his game. But now seeing Mike as someone who rejects that philosophy, I mean, how much of that is really going to come out on future appearances, for instance? I mean, how much can we really rely on him to do well strategically? And how reliable is he when it comes to his personalities coming out and potentially making things more complicated for him? So, really, at the end of the day, Mike is such a wild card for me, to where we have plenty of evidence of him being a good enough player, but there's enough question marks with him being unreliable. Then there's plenty of question marks with him potentially being inconsistent at points. And there's plenty of question marks with how hard he's really willing to play the game that causes me to leave him down here at number 20. Now we're moving on to number 19, and we have another interesting player to talk about, obviously for different reasons than someone like a Mike, but still interesting nonetheless. But here we have Cody. Now, funny enough, Cody actually kind of reminds me of Mike just based on his character design, but that's just me. But if we were talking about Cody as a player, I mean, he is good enough. I mean, at all aspects of the game. However, there are obviously some issues to talk about. Now, like I said, I think he's good enough as a player. I think he actually gets very unlucky on Island, where obviously he gets injured and mauled by the bear to the point where he's voted out over Heather. I mean, he was kind of on the outs aside from that and would have been a potentially easily target had they gone to future eliminations. However, considering that he obviously filled that role anyway and yet survived eliminations before that, I do have to give him some credit for that. He was able to survive beyond that. And through that, I do think he does get unlucky at the end of the day on Island. He obviously comes back for World Tour and does pretty well on that season, obviously getting all the way to the final three. And in a spot where I actually think he gets pretty unlucky as well, to where had Sierra not blown up the plane, I mean, he comes into the final three in a very good spot to where both him and Sierra and Heather were very likely to take him to the end. So I feel like that's at least something to consider with Cody. However, there are some issues with this game. I think his biggest issue on World Tour, and I talked about this in my World Tour video, is that he takes Sierra for granted. I mean, he makes it so clear to her multiple times that he does not want her around. And I understand it from the perspective of Sierra being very annoying and clingy and making it so that Cody doesn't want her. But he still takes her for granted and he tries to vote her out multiple times, including points where she had immunity, just making it very clear to her. And the fact that she never flips on him, I mean, he gets very lucky in that regard. So there's that to consider. There's also some wonkiness with the Gwen round, where on one hand, he is able to get the numbers back on Gwen's side. Now, granted, some of that is due to Courtney, like getting on some people's nerves, but he does technically get the numbers there to vote out Courtney at the first elimination ceremony. However, he ends up screwing up his own plan after he harasses and provokes Duncan to the point where he shoves him off a cliff during the challenge, causing him to be all disoriented in the voting booth. And then, sure enough, voting for Sierra again. So, yes, he does get unlucky in the sense that his plan doesn't go through. But on the other hand, he did provoke Duncan to the point where he made it so that he could screw up his own plan. So, that's not particularly great. And at the end of the day, I do think he got unlucky with how the end game played out. Now, I do question whether he actually wins at the end, or at least in a challenge. I mean, we obviously saw during the Aftermath show that a lot of people outside the game were willing to support him had he made it to the final two. And had Sierra not blown up the plane, he would have been in a much better spot to get to the final two. Except Alejandro was allowed to stay after Sierra got ejected. And through that, he basically had to win that challenge in order to avoid him being taken out there. Now, granted, he could have survived as well had Heather been allowed to vote there, but that's not really how the challenge worked out per se. So, if we look at both of his games, I think there are definitely pros to him. I mean, he's good enough socially. I actually think he's a bit underrated socially per se, to where, yes, he is a bit of a dweeb and he can definitely get onto people's nerves. However, he also has been shown to one, build good relationships with people like a Noah and an Owen and Sierra, technically speaking, through his nerdy charm. And then even with Gwen, someone who was very annoyed with him for a lot of it. I mean, she did end up turning to him during the love triangle situation. He was the only one that really took her side in all of it. And through that, I'm sure he built plenty of goodwill with her in that regard. So there's that to consider. And again, while he does mess it up, I mean, he does still at least have that relationship. And then physically, I mean, he's not the best. I mean, but he's also not the worst either. I mean, he's never taken out over losing a challenge. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Cody is a competent enough player and definitely a replacement level player. However, he does still have those flaws, namely him taking Sierra for granted so much that causes me to have him a bit lower on the list, but still not the worst, and he is here at number 19. Now we're moving on to number 18, and to be honest, I wasn't entirely sure what to do with this person, and I kind of jumbled them around a little bit. However, I feel like after all that, I decided to land them here, but here we have Jasmine from Pocateo Island, and Jasmine was a bit tough because I feel like there are definitely moments where she demonstrates some good gameplay. However, there are other moments where she definitely demonstrates some pretty bad awareness. So, first of all, she is technically in the bottom two once during the Sammy round. I mean, or the round in which Sammy and Amy are taking out the game. So, that's not particularly great. And granted, a lot of that was due to her throwing the challenge or attempting to buy time for Sean to come back into the challenge so that he wouldn't be ejected. Now, granted, it's not great that she was trying to do this, as she was really banking on building a cross team alliance with him, which, isn't the worst thing in the world, but would have put her in a lot of danger had people found out about that sooner. So that's not particularly great. However, the main moment I want to focus on with that particular round was when Sean came back from the woods to compete in the challenge. And obviously, Sean, having no idea of that Jasmine was trying to save him, like beats her in their one-on-one in the challenge. And Jasmine, for whatever reason, gets really upset at Sean, even though she never made it clear to him what she was doing. I mean, she gets really indignant about it, saying that she was putting her game on the line for him and that he was being ungrateful by putting her in a really bad spot by causing her to lose her one-on-one with him. But then again, like, yes, Sean did run off in the woods for whatever reason, but this was entirely her own doing. Like, her whole plan was to buy enough time through losing on purpose. And she knew that by doing this, she was setting herself up to potentially be targeted had they lost that challenge. And she should have known that Sean had no idea that that's what she was doing, because it's not like she could have just like whispered in his ear or whatever, or that, like she was doing that for him. But yet she doesn't understand that, and she literally spends the next couple of episodes being really upset at him. So I feel like through that she really shows a lot of unawareness, and I think she shows a lot of short-sightedness with regards to the game. And this comes back later on, like towards the end game, where she suddenly expects Sean to split the money with her if he won. And even though Sean makes it very clear that he doesn't want to actually split the money for a lot of it, given what he wants to do with it, I mean, the fact that she still expects him to do that, even after she was voted out, isn't great. And I feel like, again, continuing with that through line of what she demonstrated during the whole challenge throwing situation really shows that she has a lot of potential to be short sighted and really selfish and indignant and really see things as her way or the highway. So I think that is a pretty big flaw with her in her game. And I worry that on any given season that mindset could lead her down to elimination, whether it's through her throwing a challenge and then her being blamed for it, or if it's her really upsetting one of her allies because they didn't understand what she wanted and she got upset because of that. So I think that mindset really doesn't help her too much within the game. However, at the end of the day, I still think she's good enough within the game. I mean, she's good enough socially. I mean, she builds enough bonds with a lot of people there, particularly with Sean, a lot of people on the other team, and even people like Sammy who do see her as this leader figure per se. So I think there's that going for her. She's obviously pretty good physically, and then strategically, I mean, she's okay. So at the end of the day, I can't say she's a terrible player. However, it's that main flaw, which, similar to Cody, really drags her down for me, and a big reason she is here at number 18. Now we're moving on to number 17, and like Jasmine, I just didn't really know where to put this person, as this person definitely has plenty of highs and plenty of reason for them to be decently high on the list, but also plenty of lows that caused me to really hold back on putting them too much higher. And I know there are people who are not going to like this pick, but this is my list. But here we have Courtney. And to be honest, I'd never been that impressed with Courtney as a player. I know there are plenty of people who consider her to be one of the best players of all time. However, if we really look at each of her games, I mean, they're not super impressive, and they usually have at least one major flaw with them. So first up, there's her island game, which I actually think is her least flawed game, despite it being technically her worst finish overall, where she does get off on the wrong foot. I mean, she is in the bottom two at the first elimination. Mind you, I don't think she was really going home over Ezekiel, but she was technically on the outs early on, as people didn't really like her too much. However, she is able to build a good enough relationship with a lot of her team early on. She starts to get her footing, and obviously the guys start to pick up on her appreciation of Duncan. I mean, Duncan really likes it, and she pretends to not like him, but deep down she does, and eventually blossoms into a romance. And had that like rode out, she could have easily gotten access into that Duncan's alliance of him and the guys. Like, and through that she could have made it decently further. However, we obviously know what happened with Harold rigging the votes in order to get out Courtney there. Now, granted, I think Carol could have also tried to snipe out Duncan directly. However, you can at least argue there that Carol wanted to see Duncan really in pain more so than Duncan like being taken out of the game outright. But through this, Courtney is collateral damage in this move and she is sniped out of the game. And like I said, it's not great that she was targeted there. However, she was at least trying to get her footing, and had she not been taken out there, she could have made it decently further. So there's that. Then we get to action, in which I know there are people who like her action game, and there is at least one pro for her. However, it is still a very rocky game again. So she obviously comes in at episode 13. So a lot of that, she gets to skip a lot of the early game, and she's immediately being targeted early on. Her lawyers even had to give her immunity for her first round so that she wouldn't be immediately voted out. And there's a good chance that she would have been voted out without that immunity. So there's that to consider. Gets to emerge, and at that point, I mean, her and Duncan are the main targets there. She would have been voted out at that first immunity challenge had she not won immunity. So there's that to consider. And even beyond that, they were trying to target Duncan in order to weaken her. Now, I do give her a decent amount of credit for getting Harold on their side for the vote, despite Harold not really having much incentive to work with her and Duncan moving forward. So I do give her credit there for at least convincing Harold that the girls were going after him and that they should side with him. Like after that, she keeps on winning immunity despite her being this big target. She would have gone home at the Justin vote had she not had immunity there, or she at least would have been targeted per se. And she definitely would have been targeted at the Lindsay vote had she not had immunity there. And in fact, at that round, she should have lost Duncan there. I mean, Lindsay, Beth, that side all had the numbers to vote out Duncan there, except one, Owen doesn't vote with them in order to be a mole and to really interfere with their plans. But more egregiously is the fact that Lindsay votes herself out of the game, which is a pretty dumb plot convenience. But through that, Duncan stays in the game. She still has her number one ally there, and she's able to get through that. And then literally at the Herald round, the first round of the game where she doesn't have any form of immunity, she's in the bottom two. And yes, while she does survive over Harold, I mean, it's not particularly great that she's literally in the bottom two after all this time where she could have been building bonds. Like, she's just been such a major threat the whole game. And then obviously she's immediately taken out at the Final Four, where, yes, we do see her attempt to do stuff like build an alliance with Beth and really solidify things with Duncan, except she ends up burning her relationship with Beth to where she's voting against her. And even Duncan gets so annoyed by her with her contract for their relationship that even he flips on her. So really rocky game on action. And yes, while it does have that one good move, it's a really rocky game, all things considered. We then jump to World Tour, which is technically better than action, but that's not really saying much either, as again, she does survive a lot of that pre-merge due to her being on Team Amazon and then not really having to vote anyone out. And then we get to the love triangle situation, which should have put Courtney in this great position. I mean, we see most of the cast really turn against Gwen. They see Gwen as being at fault for all this, and Courtney gets a lot of sympathy and goodwill out of this. And she should have been able to use that to, really solidify her spot in the game, or at least survive in the next couple rounds. Except she ends up annoying a lot of people with her whining. And by the time Team Amazon goes to the elimination ceremony, we see people like Cody and Heather really rally around Gwen and turn against Courtney. And in fact, had Cody not been disoriented due to his own actions, mind you, but had he been able to stick to his own plan, Courtney would have been voted out there. So despite her being in this good position after the love triangle, literally within the next couple rounds, she's able to go from being in such a good spot to being almost out of the game. And she gets very lucky with the tiebreaker, of course, but that's neither here nor there. She obviously gets through the merge okay, but then she's literally taken out the next opportunity because she was seen as Alejandro's lackey at that point. So really not a great game there either. And then we jump to All Stars, in which she mostly plays a good game. I mean, I know people say that she played this great game except for her one big mistake, but that mistake was a pretty big one where she literally decides at the final five to write down what she's planning to do at the end of the game. And yes, she does do some good stuff along the way, like building a relationship with Scott and mending things over with Gwen, who was very much willing to repair things over with Courtney. And then once Duncan gets taken out of the game, I mean, she's able to be in a good spot there. She's technically in a good position at the final five until she actively ruins it by not being able to keep the plan that she formulated in her head to herself, and in turn write it down in a spot that allows someone like Mike to swoop up and expose it to everyone. So not great there at all. And really, that's basically Courtney in general. To where I do think she is a competent player. I mean, she's obviously very good physically. I mean, we see her win a number of challenges across action and really help her team in a lot of challenges in her other seasons. I mean, strategically, I don't think she's that bad. I mean, we see her being able to flip Harold during the Lashana round in action. And despite her thinking that's a good idea to write down her end game plan, I mean, the actual end game plan isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, granted, it's not great that she's assuming that Scott would be willing to throw away his game in order to help her win, but she would have technically been in a good spot to get towards the final two, as if she had still had Scott and Gwen on her side, they could have voted out Mike and Zoe at the final five and four, and then she would have been in a great spot to get toward the final two. It's just that she set herself up to have that plan ruined by Mike that really does her in there. So strategically, I think she's pretty good. And then socially, she's all over the place. I mean, she does build some good relationships across her seasons. I mean, she does build a good relationship with Duncan, of course. She gets on good terms with Gwen at points. She builds a good relationship with Scott in All Stars. And even Beth, I mean, while that relationship only lasts like 2 episodes, I mean, she does at least do that. The problem is that she's so entitled and she's so abrasive at points that she ends up straining a lot of those relationships. I mean, as we see, even people that she was willing to work with and had put in the work to have a good relationship with them, even those people get annoyed by her to the point that they're willing to turn on her. I mean, we saw that in action, we saw that in World Tour to a degree, and we most definitely saw it in All Stars, although, again, she did fan that flame to a great degree. So, really, I mean, socially, she's very much a mixed bag, where despite her being able to build good relationships, her own personality causes her to get in her own way at points. So at the end of the day, I don't think Courtney is the worst player in the world. I do think she has her moments here and there, and she definitely has pros that can lead her to do well in any given season. It's just that can she keep herself from getting in her own way that really keeps her from being towards the top of this list, as I think she has plenty of nastiness in her personality that can cause her to get in her own way and for her to ruin the work that she puts in to her relationships and to her strategy. So because of that, I can't have her super high. However, there are enough merits there that I feel like 17 is a good spot for her.
Now we're moving on to number 16, and these next two players are pretty similar in my opinion in that they're both relatively more strategic players. However, they do kind of struggle in certain other aspects of the game that keep them from being as effective as they could be. But at number 16, we have arguably the less consistent player between the two, despite it not seeming that way on the surface. But here we have Justin. And really, when we're talking about Justin, we're really only basing it off his action game, as his island game, he was essentially a non-factor. Like, he never really talked much. I mean, the only thing he was really notable for was coming up with that, like little scheme in the sleepathon to paint his eyes open to make it seem like he was awake when he was really sleeping. But aside from that, I mean, he was just there. He was just there to be eye candy for much of the players. And then he was voted out relatively early despite that. So even with him, like, blinding people with his beauty, like, he wasn't really able to build much of a path for himself moving forward. Because yes, while he was taken out a bit earlier than he probably would have otherwise, I mean, he was outplayed by Heather for one. And also, I'm not too sure how much longer he would have lasted anyway, considering how he didn't really take the game that seriously. So when we're looking at that, that's not particularly great. But then he comes back for action, of course, where he becomes a much more prominent presence. And I feel like that season really highlighted his potential as a player, with him being pretty manipulative along the way. He obviously dominates the first half of the game, really having the grips wrapped around his finger. I mean, Lindsay and Beth are really attracted to him. Even Owen seems to really like him to the point where he's incredibly loyal to him. And, Trent is Trent. Like, he didn't really have that great of a bond with Trent, but
like he was kind of on the outs anyway. And the other thing I'm impressed about with Justin is that he was able to manipulate Gwen into taking all the blame for the stuff that Trent was doing and getting her to throw away her game essentially, despite being on opposite teams and having no real leverage in that situation. So I feel like that was a really great display there. A lot of it comes from him having the rest of the grips on his side to where they were able to join in on the guilt tripping. So while it wasn't necessarily him by himself, the fact that he was able to present this front to the entire team, really making her feel bad for being the reason that they had to keep voting people out, and in turn getting her to throw away her game, which is pretty impressive. So I feel like he deserves a lot of credit there. Now, obviously, he does lose control as the game goes on. I mean, we see during episode 11 him starting to lose his grip on Lindsay and Beth to a degree. And while he is able to roll them back in at the end of the episode, he does genuinely start to lose more control around the merge. Now, some of that is due to him, again, losing his grip on Lindsay and Beth, who are no longer blind by his looks. But I also think he makes some missteps, particularly with him getting into fights with Duncan at the LaShawn round, despite literally just building an alliance with him, which is a big reason why he's booted when he is. To where, I mean, there isn't really much of a reason to keep him around. Again, he gets into that fight with Duncan over Corny, causing him to turn on Justin, despite that not being in his best interest. And despite him literally having this opportunity to flip the game, especially after Courtney was able to flip on Harold to get him to vote out Lashana, the fact that he isn't able to capitalize on that just is a big misstep for me. And in general, I think Justin demonstrated a lot of strategic capability throughout action and certainly one of the better social manipulators out there. Again, like the fact that he was able to get Gwen to throw the challenge despite being on opposite teams is insane. And I think he can rely a bit too much on his looks at points, as that was the big reason that he had so many allies during action. And I think once people stopped being so blinded by him, that his influence in the game did start to wane. But I don't think he's dead in the water either if no one's blinded by his appearance. As again, I feel like barring the whole Justin and Duncan thing, I feel like Justin is able to understand how to approach the game. I mean, he's able to get people into situations to do what he wants, which is very effective in my view, and a big reason that he is this high on the list. However, at the end of the day, I think he is relatively inconsistent. I mean, aside from the fact that he did really bad on Island, again, I feel like a lot of his success in the game can be dependent on people like buying into his appearance and him really being able to use the ego that comes from his like good looks in order to get people to do what he wants. And while I don't think his skills are entirely dependent on his good looks, I mean, there's no doubt that those good looks were a factor in him having control for a lot of actions. So at the end of the day, I can't have him super high, but it's what he's demonstrated strategically and in terms of manipulation that leads me to put him here at number 16. Now we're moving on to number 15, and we kind of have a similar player to Justin, not so much because they're good looking per se, but because I feel like they are similar to him in that he is a relatively strategic player and can be a bit inconsistent and sloppy at points, but has been shown to be pretty effective during their time here. And here we have Scott. And the thing about Scott is he's obviously a very outwardly strategic player. He's always someone that's going to be trying all sorts of stuff in order to get ahead in the game. Now, granted, I think he can play a bit too hard. I mean, his whole scheme to throw all the challenges in Revenge of the Island is a bit questionable. As on one hand, yes, it can be effective in lowering his threat level come the merge. However, it also increases the probability that he will be caught in trying to throw all the challenges and in turn be voted out. And especially in a game like Total Drama, like I talked about this before, how compared to Survivor, Total Drama is way more dependent on challenge performance, and people tend to be far more punished for costing their team the challenge than anything else. So Scott definitely took a massive risk here. Now, granted, it doesn't blow up in his face at any point, which I do find somewhat impressive. And there are other things about his Revenge of the Island game that are impressive, like the fact that he's able to so easily convince the team that Dawn was the one to steal all their stuff, despite him being the one to do it. I mean, that definitely demonstrates how he was able to build decent social bonds on a lot of his team to where he was able to manipulate them relatively easily. So there's that at least. Now, I do think, again, he does play a bit too hard at points, and I feel like he can be a bit too open about his gameplay as well. Like we literally saw, like in the Dawn round, I mean, yes, he is able to have most of the team on his side there, but he also makes it very apparent and very open to the entire team that he's been making fake Chris heads. I mean, he literally says that he made the fake Chris head that Dawn attempted to play, thinking that it would save herself, only for it to not work, of course. And the fact that this doesn't blow up in his face is really mind boggling to me, and something I still don't entirely understand. But the fact that he does have those bonds there to where people don't really question the fact that he made fake idols, especially to get out someone like Dawn, is somewhat insane. I mean, it could also just be an oversight on the writer's end, but it's still somewhat impressive at the end of the day. Now, obviously, he gets swapped onto their team where he does build a relationship with Zoe. Again, pretty good that he's able to build one relatively easily. However, he just as quickly stokes plenty of distrust with her, particularly with him still trying to throw the challenges, which at that point, I kind of get his approach, but it becomes a lot more risky after a trade swap, especially when the whole point of him throwing challenges was to lower his threat level, come the merge, except it doesn't really work when you're still trying to throw challenges to the people that you were trying to lower your own threat level to. So it really just confuses things and really defeats the purpose of him throwing challenges. And he does get into trouble for that, to the point where he does have to play the Chris head, which isn't great. However, it is still good that he was at least able to find the Chris head, and he was the most active person in trying to look for the Chris head, which I do give him some credit for. And yes, he does get to the final four in a spot where he probably isn't winning anyway. I mean, he was already in a pretty bad spot there, and it's not great that he wasn't super positioned well there. But it was still in a pretty impressive run. And despite the fact that there were so many times where he could have been caught and so many things that could have really blown up his face, like the fact that none of it really does is really mind boggling. And then he comes back for All Stars, where despite him kind of learning his lesson, I mean, he's still able to make a relatively deep run again. Now, granted, he isn't as sloppy as was in Revenge of the Island, but he was able to at least build a relationship with Courtney and a decent amount of his team members to where he isn't being targeted there. He's able to get all the way to the final four again. I mean, and at that point, he was in a pretty bad spot there. I mean, and a lot of that was his own doing as well, to where he votes out Courtney at the final five, despite Courtney wanting to take him to the end in a position where she thinks he's throwing away his game for her, which was the perfect position for him to be in, for him to not only get to the end, but also to surprise Courtney with how much he actually wants to win the game. Whether that's through a challenge or a jury vote, it really, the fact that he threw that away was just really bad at the end of the day. So, but aside from that, he doesn't make as many big mistakes as he did in Revenge of the Island. And the fact that he was still able to get to the end game two times is still really impressive for me, and a big reason that he is this high on the list. Now, I can't have him too much higher because, again, he still has a number of flaws as a player. I think he can play too hard at points. I think he can reveal a bit too much about his game to where people can find out and expose him for who he is. But it's the fact that he was able to get past a lot of those issues and be able to repeat what he did on Revenge of the Island again on All Stars. That's enough for me to have him this high on the list. And a big reason A is here at number 15. Now we're moving on to number 14, and we have a player who I kind of alluded to earlier, and I actually, on paper, find their gains relatively impressive. However, there are certain elements of their two games that causes me to think of them as a less consistent player. But here we have Cameron. And sort of like Mike, I think Cameron has a lot of similar issues. Now, obviously not with having DID or anything like that. However, Cameron does have the similar issue of playing with people on both of his seasons that were heavily connected to him. I mean, in this case, Cameron had the trio of Mike and Zoe for a lot of the season, both times he played, to the point where I do sort of question how well he would do outside of that. And based on what we saw from Cameron interacting with other people, I mean, I'm not super confident in him doing so. I mean, we see him interact with Scott, for instance, in Revenge of the Island, and we see him be so easily cowed into revealing Mike's DID, despite that being something that Mike wanted to be kept secret. And through him revealing that, Scott was able to use that information to blackmail Mike into doing what he wants, and in turn really blow up Mike's game there and take out a close ally of Cameron's. That's not particularly great. There's also his relationship with Joe, which isn't ideal either. He literally tries to build an alliance with Joe right around the merge, only for Joe to like turn him down. And while it eventually blows up in Joe's face to where she's crawling back to him, I mean, the fact that he was ineffective in appealing to someone like a Joe, largely due to his image of being seen as a bit of a pipsqueak, isn't ideal either. So there are certainly question marks about Cameron's social ability outside like Mike and Zoe and people he's just already comfortable with, to where I'm not too sure how well he would integrate onto any given cast, for instance. However, I do think there are still plenty of merits to him as a player based on his 2 games. He obviously played a very effective game on Revenge of the Island. Now, again, some of that was facilitated by the fact that he had like Mike and Zoe there. And while Mike was taking out the merge, largely due to his own actions, he was still able to have Zoe on his side. He does build a relationship with Lightning, although he just as quickly burns that by accident by winning the challenge at the Final Four. So that's not particularly ideal. Though, to be fair, like a lot of that was by accident. So there's that to consider. I mean, and also, while he does outlast Zoe in the sense that Lightning saw him as less of a threat, which obviously was eventually proven wrong in the ending where he wins, I'm still not entirely sure how well Cameron would have done had Zoe not been there, as Zoe was still a number for him even at the Final Four round and really towards the end of the game. So I feel like through that, Cameron game was very much helped out by the fact that he was able to have people he could connect with well, on top of having people who were a bit less likely to respect him. And then we come into All Stars, which is largely more of the same, in my opinion. I mean, yes, he isn't targeted at any point, and he does build okay relationships with a lot of the people on the Heroes team. However, it's not really enough to make me feel like he's that better of a player compared to what we saw in Revenge of the Island. And we do see Mike eventually flip on him a bit after the merge when he starts feeding paranoia into Cameron's mind. The fact that Cameron is so easily susceptible to all these lies that Mike is feeding him isn't great either. It eventually culminates with him like getting taken out of the game. So there's a lot of mixed things to consider with Cameron's game, and there's a lot of question marks over how well he would do on a season where he doesn't have people like Mike and Zoe to really bond with. But with all that in mind, I still have more faith in Cameron to do well in a game of total drama than someone like a Mike, who literally has way more question marks to him due to obvious reasons that I discussed earlier. I feel like Cameron is definitely someone who can be good at challenges. Now, obviously, he isn't the strongest physically, but he is pretty savvy. He thinks on his feet. And through that, he was able to win some challenges in Revenge of the Island. Socially, I mean, yes, at the end of the day, I don't think he's the best either. However, he's not really going to get on too many people's nerves. It's more so other certain people like Lightning and Joe not really respecting him given his archetype. And while he can garner respect from those type of people, I mean, the situations that would allow him to garner that respect are relatively limited, like such as like outplaying them, for instance, or winning a certain challenge later on in the game. So there are definitely question marks there. And then strategically, I think he's good for the most part. Although even then, like he's definitely loose with information at points. I mean, we saw him being cowed into revealing the stuff about Mike to Scott, which isn't great. And in general, I feel like he is someone who on paper is good strategically. However, he definitely is prone to some of the social limitations that he encounters with certain people he interacts with that can compromise that strategic ability. So at the end of the day, Cameron isn't a bad player. He's actually a pretty good player in the grand scheme of things. However, it's those limitations that lead me to put him here at number 14. Now we're moving on to number 13, and I kind of can't believe this person is this high, but considering their game, I mean, I can't justify putting them too low. However, I personally don't think they do super well either. But here we actually have another winner, and here we have Sean, the winner of Pocatello Island. And Sean is very much a mixed bag for me, as well as I'm not too sure how he would do on any given season. Now, a lot of that does come down to his quirk of him being a zombie survivalist or whatever. And I know that other characters have pretty big quirks to them. I mean, The whole point of the show is that these characters fit certain stereotypes. However, I feel like this particular stereotype does not typically bode well for his social ability, as he definitely comes off as very distrustful and paranoid, doesn't really trust too many people, and can definitely be slow to warm up to certain people. And I feel like on certain seasons, that can definitely interfere with his ability to build social bonds. Now, it doesn't really affect him too much here, as we do see him connect with a decent amount of his teammates. He connects well with Dave, Sky, and especially with Jasmine. So there's that at least. However, I feel like I question how well he would do socially in most situations. Strategically, I think he does okay. I mean, he doesn't really make too many big blunders. I mean, yeah, he does turn down the alliance with Sugar, which isn't ideal. However, considering that Sugar, I can understand why he would turn that down. He's never targeted at any point. He's good physically as well. He wins a decent amount of challenges on his season. Now, there are still some hiccups, like the fact that he thought that there was a zombie invasion happening during that one challenge in the pre-merge, and that almost got him disqualified from the game for skipping the challenge, only for him to eventually come back. Now, Jasmine does want to keep him around, and she actively tries throwing the challenge in order to like get by him time to get back to camp, which is pretty impressive at the end of the day. The fact that he did have that relationship with her, despite them being on opposite teams, is pretty good. Now he does quickly sabotage that once he comes back. No, but then again, as I explained earlier, I do kind of fault Jasmine more for that than anything else. But Sean was at least good enough on this particular season, and that's a big reason I have him this high, is that despite his quirkiness, he doesn't really have too many flaws within his overall game, and that leads to him being relatively high on the winner ranking. However, it's just that question mark of how well he would do on any other season, where his personality might not lend the best to building social relationships. That does lead me to leave him here at number 13. Now moving on to number 12, and I can't believe this person is this high, as I've been somewhat critical of each of their games in the past. However, there are enough merits there to have them this high. But here we have yet another winner. We have Owen. And the thing about Owen is, I've always kind of berated him for never really playing the game, as he very rarely made much of a strategic move within the game. And it felt like a lot of times his success in the game came from people just gravitating towards him and him just going along with the crowd, which made me pretty critical of him on my winner ranking, and especially my final boot ranking, where his action game was just not that great at all. However, the main reason he is this high is because, well, he does have a lot of people that gravitate towards him, and he's such a very naturally likable person in most cases, despite him kind of being gross at points. That leads to him being successful in a lot of cases. I mean, we look at his island game where, yes, he very rarely does anything strategically. However, most of the team does like him. I mean, he does have the support of most of the Screaming Gophers, and he demonstrates his worth early on by doing very well in the dodgeball challenge, for instance, to where people want to keep him around. So I think that's pretty impressive. So despite him being this big physical guy, who isn't very strong, doesn't have a lot of endurance, and should be seen as a bit gross, I mean, the fact that people do like him and want to keep him around is pretty impressive. There's also the fact that he literally costs his team the cooking challenge by eating all the food. And yes, LaShawn does get mad at him, but when it comes time to vote, they, for whatever reason, pin the blame on Beth for bringing her tiki torch back from Boney Island 2 episodes ago, and then they blame that for the reason they lost, despite Owen literally eating the food. I mean, I feel like that in turn deserves some merit, as he should have gotten more blame for losing the challenge, and the fact that they relied on something like that to keep him around is something as well. He obviously gets an emerge where he does bond a lot with the guys there, and he forms that alliance with the guys. Now, granted, a lot of it was Duncan's doing, and we even see Owen not really being comfortable with aligning them in a strategic sense, but Duncan does get him on board eventually. They vote out Bridget. They vote out Lindsay, I guess. Now, granted, he was technically in the bottom 3 of the Bridget vote, but again, he wasn't really going home there. And a big reason why they were going after him was because Heather found him gross. I mean, it's still a really stupid reason, but he sticks around anyway. He does largely survive a lot of that post merge there. Not so much because of anything he's doing positioning wise, but more so because, again, people are gravitating towards him and there are other bigger threats being taken out. People like a Jeff, for instance, and a DJ, which eventually leads to him getting to the final four. And despite him, again, being the reason that him and Duncan lose that final four challenge by eating Chef's sticky buns, and despite Chef basically treating that elimination ceremony as him picking who he wants to stay over any actual votes, Chef literally picks Owen to stay despite Owen literally upsetting him earlier that day. Now, a lot of that was because he had a worse overall relationship with Duncan than with Owen, but still, the fact that Owen was kept around in that instance is something at least. And then obviously he gets to the end, largely due to him and Gwen ganging up on Heather. So it's not a super impressive winning game, but it is one that is highlighted by people liking him a lot and wanting to keep him around despite him doing things that should have gotten him in more trouble, like him costing his team the cooking challenge. Then we get to action where despite him having this big image of being a former winner, I mean, the Killer Grips aren't really rushing to vote him out. I mean, he does connect well with a lot of people there, people like a Beth and a Lindsay and a Justin, I guess, or at least Justin was finding him useful. Again, he's not really controlling anything, but he does do enough to get on people's good sides to where they don't want to vote him out. And that leads to him getting all the way close to the merge. And that is where I think his game does sort of go downhill, where yes, I mean, he is technically voted out by default, as everyone did vote for Courtney, and we saw how upset everyone was acting about it. Although, to be fair, I mean, they knew Courtney was immune, and they literally voted for him anyway, and they had no reason to think that that plan was going to work. So, literally, they did technically enable Owen's boot anyway, and even then, like, I feel like if Courtney hadn't entered the game, I feel like Owen was probably going to be in danger at that point anyway, as he didn't really have much left after Izzy and Trent went. So he was starting to run out of runway there. Comes back into the game towards the end, largely to screw things up. And, people are pretty happy with him at first, but obviously, once they find out that he's been messing with things and that he was hired by production, then they do turn on him and he is fired at the final three. So, not too much to say there, but it's really his least impressive game. And then on World Tour, I mean, yeah, he doesn't do super well in World Tour either. I mean, he is propelled largely due to King Chris winning challenges. However, I would say, again, he isn't necessarily the first to go. I mean, he does align well with Noah. They sort of become this odd couple. I mean, Tyler gets on his good side, and Alejandro, despite being annoyed by Owen, sees him as a useful idiot for a lot of it. And he does survive some those early votes where like Noah does open up to Owen about flipping on Alejandro, and had Alejandro not had access to the camera footage, there is a shot that Owen goes along with it and could have flipped the game on Alejandro. So I think that is something at least. And in general, we see Owen being more strategic in World Tour. Now, granted, some of that is due, in fact, a lot of it is actually due to other people cluing him in and trying to get him to flip rather than anything Owen's doing on his own. But he does at least comply this time and is more willing and open-minded to flip. And we see that first with Noah and then with Duncan, who is trying to court Owen to go against Alejandro. And then at the merge, he is taken out because he knows too much by Alejandro. So he does wait a bit too long to act, and Alejandro does pick up on what he's doing. But there were still opportunities where people felt comfortable approaching him with ideas to flip the game. So really, if we look at each of Owen's gains, I mean, yes, his biggest problem is he's not very active. I've said this now in each of my rankings of him for the season player rankings. And I feel like that largely applies here. And that's a big reason that I don't have him in the top 10, for instance. However, the main reason that he's as high as he is, well, one, his track record. I mean, he does make the merge in 2 different seasons, But also, and the bigger one is the fact that people just gravitate towards him. And yes, while it's not great that he isn't able to capitalize on that more, the fact that people trust him and the fact that people are willing to approach him with their plans to do different things within the game. And more importantly, the fact that he is able to make mistakes and do things that other people would probably be voted out for. The fact that he doesn't get penalized more for those things, and the fact that people are so willing to overlook and forgive those things that Owen is doing really speaks to how likable and social he is at the game. And I feel like that is something that can translate across any given season. I feel like on any given season, he isn't going to be the first boot off his team per se. And if he can make a relatively deep run and get enough people that are on his side to the merge, then he can just be carried for a lot of that game until he gets to the end game, which is more than I could say for most of the other players we talked about this far in the list. So, yes, he's not very active, and I wouldn't really have much confidence in him to make a move on his own. But it's the fact that his social game is good enough to get him further into the game and to present him with ideas on flipping the game to potentially be more advantageous to him is a big reason that he's this high on the list, and a big reason that he is here at number 12. Now we're moving on to number 11, and this may seem like a weird pick as this person really only played once. However, I feel like they showed a lot of potential through their one real attempt, and like while their second attempt wasn't really much of anything, I feel like they definitely showed a lot of potential. And here we have Jeff, and again, there's really only his island game to consider. I don't really hold his action game too much against him, as you can really clearly tell he wasn't taking it too seriously. I mean, he was just there to be with Bridget, and everyone got annoyed by them to where they were the first boots of the season. However, again, I don't really think he was taking the game too seriously there, and I don't really hold that too much against him. However, if we're looking at his island game, I feel like there's a lot to be impressed by. I mean, he was able to stay safe for most of the season. And I feel like at the end of the day, he is someone who is essentially a slightly better version of Owen, to where he is very good socially. I mean, he does bond with most of the guys there, particularly DJ and Duncan, to where he's never really in danger of going home. However, he still has decent relationships with other people there, particularly with Bridget, for instance, that does eventually blossom into a showmance. Now, at the merge, I mean, he does get into that alliance with the guys until they start to lose the numbers, particularly with Trent going home. And when Duncan agrees to build the All Guys Alliance, now obviously we see Jeff, be really reluctant to do so, particularly with voting out Bridget there. I mean, although even then, I still think he did technically vote her out. I mean, if you look at how the votes fell, I mean, we see that Bridget was targeting Duncan, and it's implied that Gwen and Lashana were with her. Heather was targeting Owen, and while we saw Lindsay start to question Heather in that episode, I don't think she was willing to go against her quite yet. And then with Izzy being the wild card that she is, and while she was technically aligned with Heather at that point, it doesn't make a ton of sense for her to go along with the Owen plan either. So really, based on that numbering, I mean, Jeff probably did vote for Bridget at the end of the day, despite him lying about it and in turn getting like berated by the guys for doing so. I feel like if you look at the numbers, Jeff did vote her out anyway, which is saying that to save face with her particularly. However, at the end of the day, I still think it was a very impressive game. He gets to the final six, only to be targeted for being a big threat. And to be fair, he was a pretty big threat at that point, and he was taken out, but not before building a good bond with Gwen and sort of teaching her how to have a good time there. So there's that. Again, his action game is really nothing. But then we jump to the Redonkulous race, where I think he does relatively well there. Now, it isn't great that him and Brody are eliminated at the final six and then have to rely on coming back into the game in order to even get to the end. However, along the way, they were still pretty impressive for the most part. I mean, they end up getting 4 wins across the season, not including the final leg. And they were able to build decent relationships for a lot of the season, with him building a good relationship with the twins. And through that, we do see quite a bit of Jeff as a player aside from that. And we are really able to recapture a lot of what made him great in Island. again, his action game is really nothing, and I don't really consider any of his work from the Aftermath shows to really factor into that. But if we're just looking at his island game and his redonkulous race appearance, I mean, I think there's a lot to be impressed by with Jeff. And I feel like he is someone who, like Owen, is someone who is very likable, very charismatic, definitely someone who's going to get people on his side. But unlike Owen, I feel like Jeff is more willing to play the game at points. Now, again, it's not like he's a complete game bot. I mean, we saw him struggle with voting out Bridget, even though I think he did do so. But compared to Owen, I feel like Jeff is more proactive in the game, and I feel like he was more involved in the decision making with the guys alliance compared to someone like an Owen. So I feel like through that, I have a lot of confidence in Jeff to do pretty well on any given season. However, I feel like there's just not enough evidence for me to have him at the very, very top of the list for me. And plus, I still feel like he does struggle a bit with his ego at points. I don't think he quite clicks with everyone. And he does still have that threat management issue for the people he does connect with. So feel like because of that, I do have to leave him right outside the top 10. And he is here at number 11.
And with that, we are now inside the top 10. These are the top 10 best total drama players for me. And I can see some of these picks being a bit controversial, but I'll explain my rationale the best that I can. But at number 10, we have someone who I can see some people thinking this person is too high. However, I was somewhat impressed by their game, even if it wasn't the most dominant. But here we have Beth. And I think Beth is actually a pretty good player at the end of the day. Now, obviously, there are some issues with both of her games, but nothing that really disqualifies her from being in the top 10. I mean, yes, her island game is not great. I mean, she aligns with Heather early on, and she spends a lot of that season just allowing herself to be bossed around. However, something I do give her some credit for is that while Lindsay is the one who is seen as the extension to Heather and the one that people are more likely to target, Beth doesn't really get into that situation at any point. And in fact, when she does stand up to Heather towards the end of her run, I mean, we have people on her side, and there were people that were supporting her flipping on Heather at that point. And I think through that, she really grows a lot as a player over the course of Island, where she really develops a backbone to the point where, had she been allowed to get further into the game, I felt like she could have done relatively well. But obviously, she does get taken out the very next round due to her being blamed for losing the cooking challenge, which was a bit dumb in my opinion. I mean, the whole excuse of her taking the tiki from Boney Island and then that somehow cursing the team is a bit ridiculous, especially when as I explained earlier, there are other people you could have blamed for them losing that cooking challenge, like the fact that Owen literally ate the food, or even Heather, who took over a leadership position in the challenge only to annoy her team and really undermine a lot of what they were doing to the point where they locked her in the freezer. But yet, the fact that Beth still got the bulk of the blame there and was voted out because of that isn't great at the end of the day. However, the main reason she is inside the top 10 is her action game, which I understand people not being super impressed by. And to be fair, like it's not like a top rated game per se. However, I do give her a lot of credit in a number of regards. I mean, for one, she's never targeted at any point throughout the season. I mean, despite her being part of this duo with Lindsay, Lindsay was always going to be the bigger threat there. But yet, I feel like Beth is the one who understood the game a bit better and was a bit more active in leading certain things than Lindsay might have been, through the point where I felt like Beth was in a better position to get towards the end of the game. Now, I do falter a bit in the sense that you wanted to get to the end with Lindsay in a spot to where, had it been a jury vote, which it ended up being, that she probably loses that jury vote against Lindsay. However, she was able to manage her threat level in a way to where she wasn't going to be targeted at any point. So I do give her some credit for that. And in general, I feel like Beth is someone who has grown a lot between her two appearances. I mean, yeah, she was a bit dorky and geeky in Island, but we really saw her grow over the course of that season and develop a bit of a backbone. And through her appearance in action, she was a lot more confident. She was very likable to the point where people were on her side for a lot of that season. And I feel like action was really an extension of the growth that we saw in Island, where we saw her really live up to her potential, which
Yes, she isn't going to be a domineering figure per se, but I also don't think she's a slouch strategically either. And she's also someone who is very likable enough socially, but not to the point where she's ever going to be a big target, unlike people we talked about earlier, people like a Jeff, people like a Lindsay. I feel like Beth is someone who is naturally likable. She's pretty nice in a lot of situations and is someone who is rarely going to be the reason that her team actually loses a challenge. And while that did bite her in the butt in Island to where she was seen as expendable, I feel like through her becoming more confident, she is someone who isn't going to have that happen to her again. So I feel like at the end of the day, Beth is a pretty solid player at the end of the day. Now, the reason she isn't higher in the list is, again, she isn't as active strategically as I would like, and she does have some potential to be a bit high variance. I mean, as we saw in Island. However, I feel like the bet that we saw in action is someone who would be more consistent than the bet that we saw for much of Island. So, because of that, I do have her relatively high on the list, and that's the big reason that I have her here at number 10. Now, moving on to number 9, and I can see this person also being a bit of a questionable pick, similar to Beth. However, I feel like through their one appearance, they did show quite a bit of potential, and here we have Scarlet. Now, the thing about Scarlet is, I feel like in a lot of ways she is similar to Beth in terms of her managing her threat level. I feel like she is someone who is pretty intentional with not letting herself be the most prominent person out there, or at least for a lot of the game, to the point where she isn't going to be targeted in most situations early on. Now, she is in the bottom two during the Rodney vote, but aside from that, I mean, she isn't really seen as that big of a player, even though she is shown to be one of the more strategic players out there. We see her get into that alliance with Max, where Max believes that he is the one out in front and that Scarlet is just her sidekick. And while she is annoyed by that and very much wants to prove Max wrong in that regard, she goes along with it for a lot of the season to where Max is able to be a number for her while she bides her time, waiting for her to really come out. And she does want to eliminate Max at one point in the pre merge, which isn't great. However, it is pretty impressive how she's able to convince a lot of her team members that Max was more at fault for them losing the challenge to the point where they were going to vote him out, except it ended up being an Ella ejection instead. So there's that to consider, which isn't great that she wanted Max out, but it's still good that she was able to have the better social relationships with a lot of people on our team. And through a lot of the season, she is pretty good at threat management until she eventually decides to strike in the round where she decides to take over the island. And through that, really demonstrates that she's the more competent person between her and Max. Now, it isn't great that she essentially loses sight of the game and decides that she would much rather take control of this island, which is controlled by computers, than to actually try to win the game outright. However, I feel like through her appearance on Pocketail Island, she demonstrated a lot of qualities that would make for a good Survivor player or a good Total Drama player in general. You know, like she is good at managing her perception. Like she's adequate enough at building social bonds, and I feel like she is sharp enough strategically to where if she were purely focused on winning the game, that she could definitely do so in a lot of situations. However, the main reason I don't have her higher is, well, one, the Rodney round where she was technically in the bottom two. You also have the fact that she did want to eliminate Max much sooner than it would have been optimal for her, and the fact that she does only play once, whereas most of the top 10 are people that have played multiple times here. So because of that, I can't have Scarlet too much higher than this. However, I am pretty impressed by the quality she's displayed through her time on Pocketail Island, which is why she is here at number 9. Now we're moving on to number 8, and we have one of the biggest names in Total Drama, one of the most prolific players in Total Drama, and one who I've always been pretty critical of, as I feel like all 4 of their games have some pretty massive holes in them, and I have not shied away from talking about those issues. However, considering everything that has come before, considering everyone else that I talked about, I feel like this person kind of has to be here, even though kind of deep down I don't want to. But at number 8, we do have Heather. And Heather is someone who again, I've always been very critical of each of their gains. I mean, we can go through them right now. So in Island, she very quickly rubs a lot of people the wrong way, given her cocky and entitled disposition that really makes herself a target early on. And through that, there are multiple points throughout the season where she could have been targeted. If Cody had been mauled by the bear during the paintball challenge, she gets voted out. If Eva didn't come back in the game at the merge, there's a good chance she gets voted out there. If she didn't get immunity through sheer chance, basically, during the Trent round, she gets voted out there. And really, during a lot of that merge, there are points where she should have gone home probably, but through her winning immunity, she doesn't get voted out there. Now, with that said, I do give her quite a bit of credit for surviving certain other rounds, like a lot of those post merge rounds where she didn't have immunity, but other people just became targets anyway. So I do give her some credit there. But in general, I find her island game a very sloppy one. And yes, while she does build the alliance of her, Beth, and Lindsay, she really treats a lot of them poorly to where they do eventually turn on her, especially Beth, which really could have blown up her game had Beth not been taken out shortly thereafter. So there's that. We jump to action where, because of her reputation, she's immediately put on the outs. Gwen obviously puts her on the Screaming Gaffers, largely so that she can be an easy target for herself. And while she does survive the Gwen round, largely because Gwen had actively thrown away her game, she is taken out at the next opportunity, which, granted, is a bit far in the game. I mean, it's right before the merge, but she was literally at the bottom for most of the game and probably would have been voted out sooner had they gone to more elimination ceremonies. So, through that, I mean, her action game is not too much to really look at here. I've been very critical of her World Tour game, which she ends up winning, as she was again on the bottom for a lot of that first half of the game. She would have been voted out at the Amazon round if Chris hadn't made it a non-elimination round, and he explicitly said that he was keeping Heather around just to create drama, to where had that not been the case, she should have been voted out there. So that's not particularly great. And while she is eventually able to get out the bottom, a lot of that is due to the love triangle situation, which would not have happened had Duncan not re entered the game, which is something that was completely out of her control. But I do give her credit in that she recognizes the situation handed to her and doesn't mess it up per se. And yes, she does scrape her way towards the end game with her being the main opposition to Alejandro. And I also give her credit in that she had a good enough relationship with Alejandro, or more specifically, Alejandro was in love with her, that made him not want to target her despite her being the biggest threat to him winning. But through that, she does get towards the end of the game and does eventually outplay Alejandro at the end. But it's the fact that she was on the bottom for so much of the first half and she doesn't really do much to get off the bottom that makes me not super impressed with her winning game there. And then All Stars was pretty bad. I mean, yes, she wasn't being targeted right away. However, she does contribute to her own elimination, where despite the Chris head being something that she could use after the votes are read, she, for whatever reason, doesn't take it when it's given to her. And she tries to make it seem like that her having it and people finding out about it would be bad, when in fact all it does is just grant her safety, and she actively throws that away. And even worse is that she assumes that Alejandro wouldn't find it, even though she was talking to him in the area where she found it and was hiding it, and she had no reason to believe that Alejandro wouldn't find it himself there. And the fact that she tried to vote him out and Alejandro in turn targets her to get revenge on what happened at the end of World Tour is a pretty bad look on her end. So really, that's not particularly great. So really, if you look at all four of her games, there are some pretty glaring holes in them. I mean, the most common of which is how often she tends to be targeted, where she was targeted a lot in Island simply due to her attitude, which was largely her own doing. And the fact that she doesn't really do much to try to improve her perception throughout a lot of that season is what causes her to be a target to the point where she has to win all these immunities per se. And then carrying over to Action and World Tour, that reputation precedes her, where she is at the bottom for a lot of those seasons. And yes, she does kind of work on improving it a bit in World Tour, but it's not really enough, to the point where when she's trying to warn people about Alejandro, I mean, people don't really respect her and they don't really listen to her. And a lot of that is based on her past actions and the fact that she wasn't doing enough to try to alter that per se. So at the end of the day, I feel like Heather is someone who lets her reputation precede her in a lot of ways, to the point where she rarely has control throughout a lot of her seasons. However, the main reason that I have her this high on the list is that despite everything I just said, there were points in the game where she was able to scrape on by. I mean, if you look at Island, for instance, yes, she does make herself a target during the Justin round. However, she actively ensures that she gets the numbers to stay. She has Lindsay and Beth on her side at that point, and she's able to flip over Owen and Izzy to get out Justin, someone who was not a priority to be voted out at that point, but she was able to get the numbers there to make it happen. So there's that to consider. There's also the cooking challenge round where she was technically the second person to blame there, as she was the leader of a lot of that challenge and created a lot of drama and friction with her bossing around a lot of the people there. She should have been a candidate to be voted out there, but yet for whatever reason, she isn't being voted out there. And in fact, they're voting out Beth over her. So I think that's something to consider. And then you also have the rounds after her immunity run, the post merge, particularly the Izzy round, the Jeff round, and even the Mr. Coconuts round for whatever reason. I mean, the fact that she survives over Izzy the second time, as well as Jeff, is pretty impressive. And yes, while I can point to things like Jeff being a bigger threat, I mean, the fact that she was able to survive those votes without having immunity, and in fact wasn't even in the bottom two, is something you can at least point to. So I think that is somewhat impressive. And then jumping forward to World Tour, I mean, yes, she is unsuccessful in flipping the game against Alejandro, but again, you can kind of argue that some of that was her being in love with him and her simply denying that. But she is able to survive some of those rounds in the post merge despite her not having immunity. Now, granted, she is in the bottom two during the Owen round and the Duncan round, but she gets through the Courtney/Blaine round all right, and she does win immunity during the Sierra round, or more specifically, she avoids the bottom two in that round. So I think that is also something you can point to her as well. So she is someone who does get lucky very often in the game to where she should be targeted more often than she ends up going home, and yet survives despite those circumstances. And if it was just that, she would definitely not be in the top 10. But it's the fact that she was able to survive rounds outside of that where there wasn't blatant plot armor getting in the way of her staying, that does make me view her in somewhat high regard. And, we look at her as a player in general. I mean, socially, she isn't great. I mean, she is someone who very easily rubs a lot of people the wrong way. However, I think strategically, she isn't the worst either. I mean, yeah, she isn't perfect. Like the fact that she doesn't take the Chris hit for herself and well, All Stars isn't great. The fact that she wants to target Owen for whatever reason in Island during the Bridger round also isn't great. But she does at least build the alliance with Lindsay and Beth. She does get the numbers to stay over the Justin round. So I do at least have some confidence in her strategically. It's not as if she's completely dead in the water. And she was one of the more active players at the end of the day, even as she wasn't the most effective. So I think when we're looking at Heather as a player, yes, there's a lot of issues you can point to. And there's a lot of points where she probably shouldn't have been getting as far in the game as she is. However, there is enough merit there, stuff that people don't normally talk about. In fact, stuff that I've kind of overlooked a bit on this channel, like when talking about her game, that leads me to have some confidence in her coming to any given season per se. However, the flaws are there. I can't have her above this spot, but it's those things that make her one of the better players in Total Drama. So because of that, she is here at number 8. Now we're moving on to number 7, and I'm kind of disappointed this person is this low on the list, as on paper, I should have a lot of confidence in this person coming into any given season, and they did play a very impressive game on one season. However, I was very underwhelmed by their other two appearances. That is the big reason that drags them down. But at number 7, we do have Lashana. And I think Lashana is someone who should do pretty well on any given season. I mean, we saw her play a very strong game in Island where she was very well positioned for a lot of that game. She does build bonds with a lot of the Screaming Gophers. She connects well with most of the people there, with Gwen being her closest ally. And she is the main person that wants to target Heather for a lot of that season. And while she doesn't get her way, I mean, she isn't really being targeted in too many situations. She literally gets all the way to the final 5 without ever being in the bottom 2, and probably would have potentially won the game had she gotten to the end. Now, I do talk in my Island video how I don't think she gets to the end, as I feel like by that point she would have been in a lot of danger anyway, as her and Gwen would have been a pair, Owen and Duncan were going to be a pair. Heather would be this fifth person on her own in the middle. And yes, while they could have easily targeted her at five, I mean, I think Owen and Duncan were incentivized to court Heather to be the swing vote there and in turn vote out Lashana. So that's not particularly great. But I was still very impressed by Lashana's island game. I think she's pretty good socially. And while strategically it isn't great that she was deciding to target Trent so much, I mean, I really think the fact that she was able to sway most of the players there to go after Trent after Heather won immunity was still pretty impressive and highlighted how much people respected her out there. And even as people were accidentally voting her out in Island, I mean, it was pretty clear that a lot of them thought of her very favorably and wanted her to win, which caused him to say her name, which accidentally caused him to vote her out there. But I think that element is very impressive to her game. So I feel like if we're basing it solely off her island game, she would be a bit higher on the list. The problem though is her action and world tour games. Now, her action game isn't the worst in the world. I mean, she does survive a lot of those early votes. I mean, she is pretty well positioned early on with her having Gwen on her team. Harold is someone else who listens to her. And Duncan, yeah, they don't have the best relationship, but I don't think Duncan would have targeted Lashana early on per se. However, Lashana does kind of blow up her game. Now, the circumstances there are a bit wonky with the players being able to find out what she said on the reward with Lashaniqua. However, the fact that Lashana decided out of nowhere to cry in order to get the reward all for herself was a bit weird. I mean, bit justifiable. But then she doubles down by on the reward, bad mouthing everyone. And yes, while they technically shouldn't have figured it out to begin with, I mean, it's also not great that when people find out that she was fake crying in order to get that reward, that they do kind of turn on her. And that causes her to be on the bottom for a decent stretch of the pre-merge there, where had they gone to another elimination ceremony before Courtney ran out of the game, she arguably would have been the biggest target left there. However, she does eventually convince the people in the sports challenge to vote for Heather over her. So at least there's that to consider. She does come into the merge seemingly in a position to where she could have done well moving forward, especially with Courtney there as a target. And once Courtney won that first immunity challenge, I mean, Duncan seemed to be the clear target there. And on paper, she should have had the numbers to vote out Duncan with having Lindsay and Beth on her side, as well as Harold. But then, for whatever reason, Courtney is able to outplay her by getting Harold on her side by convincing him that Lashana and all the girls were going after him, which is a bit of a ridiculous lie. However, the fact that Lashana was unable to keep Harold in her corner, despite Harold not really having much incentive to work with Courtney and Duncan long term, is a pretty big knock against her and the reason that she is taken out there at the merge. So I don't feel like that's particularly great. However, there was still some good elements of her game there between her surviving some of those early votes and her being able to work herself out the bottom to eventually take out Heather at that second elimination in the last round before the merge. However, it's still not great that she couldn't hold on to Harold at that merge vote. And then World Tour was just straight up bad. I mean, she basically gets all fawny over Alejandro. Alejandro manipulates her. And despite Alejandro supposed to be working with a lot of these Team Victory members to sum himself up for later in the game, she obviously gets sniped out pretty early on due to her losing the challenge. Now, it's still not explained super well why she was voted out per se and how her jumping off the platform constituted her costing the team the challenge. However, at the end of the day, I mean, with the way that Alejandro had her wrapped around his finger, I don't really have too much confidence in Lashana doing well on that season. So really, I mean, I think Lashana is still a very strong player of Total Drama through her appearances on Island and even parts of Action. However, I do think at the end of the day, there were some flaws that prevented her from doing better. I mean, she is still someone who can be a bit confrontational at points, as we saw through her relationship with Heather. And she can be a bit ineffective at points, like her inability to vote out Heather for a lot of Island, despite Heather being this massive target for a lot of the game. So that's not great. And then her just eventually losing some control towards the end of Action, and then on World Tour, not having too much agency there. that leads me to not have her super high at the end of the day. However, I think on paper, she is definitely still one of the best players in total drama, and a big reason she is here at number 7. Now we're moving on to number 6, and this is another one that I'm sure people will debate to a degree, especially having this person over Heather and Lashana. However, I feel like this person has fewer flaws as a player than those two we just mentioned, despite not having the most impressive resume in the world. But here we have Sky. And the thing about Sky is, I feel like she is someone who can do well on pretty much any season that she's given. I mean, she's good physically, she's good enough socially, and she's competent enough strategically to where I think she will do well on any season. Now, granted, I don't think Pocketail Island was necessarily her best showing, despite her getting all the way to the end. I feel like in a lot of ways, she was weighed down by the whole Dave situation, with Dave having a crush on her and trying multiple times to get with her, despite the fact that she already had a boyfriend. And she was trying to make that very clear to Dave, despite having some weird feelings herself, only for Dave to just completely refuse to listen. And that ultimately comes to a head at the merge where she does blow up at Dave, and then everything seems to go wrong for her until eventually she is in the bottom two along with Dave, and Dave does endly vote himself out there. So obviously that is a pretty low point for her. The fact that she does get into the bottom two, and the fact that Dave weighed her down as much as he did. However, aside from that, I do still have a lot of confidence in her. I mean, she does win some challenges along the way. And yes, while it isn't great that Sugar does try to target her at the final four, despite that not being in her best interest, I think a lot of that was still affected by the format of it, to where had it been a regular vote, I think there might have been a decent shot that Sugar still ends up working with her to try to take out the duo of Sean and Jasmine, which does leave me a bit more confident in her. And again, I feel like she is a pretty good all around player. I don't really feel like there are too many issues to attribute with her as a player. And even the big issue of her and Dave, I mean, she isn't going to have a Dave on every season to wear her down. And I feel like if she were on a season where someone like a Dave wasn't there, I think she is someone who can connect well. I mean, she isn't going to cost her team any challenges per se. And I feel like she has a good enough head on her shoulders to where she can navigate a lot of the game. So really, while I don't have too much to say, I feel like Sky is someone I do have a lot of confidence in, and a big reason she is this high in the list at number 6. Now we're moving on to number 5, and this one may be the most controversial of all. The fact that I have this person this high on the list may scratch some heads. However, I definitely have my rationale. And spoiler alert, we actually have the highest ranked non-winner left to talk about. But here we have DJ. And there's obviously a massive flaw with DJ as a player in that he isn't always going to want to win the game. I mean, we literally see in action, he quits the game in episode 9 because of the guilt he had over his alliance with Chef. I mean, that's not particularly great. And then in World Tour, he again tries to quit the game because of the curse that he ends up having with the animals, only for him to stay in the game almost against his will per se, to the point where he does end up being the last remaining team victory member. So the fact that he does want to quit the game, and the fact that he is someone that can let his morals dictate like how he proceeds in the game, is a massive issue with DJ, and I do acknowledge that. However, the main reason I had DJ this high is because of how good he is all around. I mean, he is pretty good socially. He's good physically. I mean, he is a pretty big, strong guy. And strategically, yes, he may not have the killer instinct. However, he's good enough socially to where he'll probably be in the majority in most situations. And the crazy thing about DJ is that despite him playing 3 times and never actually winning, he never actually gets voted out, or at least we never see him getting voted out. Now, Island is a bit wonky. I mean, it's never clearly explained whether he was voted out or if Chris just decided to pull him from the game, given what happened during that challenge. However, if we take that out, I mean, in action, of course, he quits the game in a spot where most people did not want him to quit the game. And then in World Tour, I mean, he's just eliminated by default because he was the last remaining team victory member and he lost the challenge. So because of that, I do actually have quite a bit of confidence in him to make it through the game. I mean, despite him being this big guy, I mean, no one ever seems to be threatened by him. I mean, he is this giant teddy bear that people want to keep around. And for me, that is such a major asset for DJ in the sense that no one ever seems to want to target him per se. And compared to someone like an Owen, who I said had a very similar pro for him, I feel like DJ is a bit more in tune with what's happening strategically. I mean, he was in the core of the guys alliance with Duncan and Jeff for a lot of that pre-merge. He was willing to play along with them for a lot of that. And coming into action, I mean, yes, while he does have a lot of guilt over it, I mean, he does agree to join Chef's alliance. And sure enough, Chef is someone that was willing to help him navigate through a lot of the game. And the thing about Chef too is that yes, I mean, it does call into question how much of his performance out there was driven by that and how much of interference was involved with his success in the game, short-lived success. I actually think, and I've talked about this in previous videos, I think that even without the alliance with Chef, I think DJ was still pretty well positioned for a lot of the game, given I mean how much people liked him. And it was, yes, some of that was because of the fact that he was cooking the food and people seemed to appreciate that. But I mean, for what we saw from it otherwise, I mean, people like him a lot. Even at the point where he wants to be voted out, people aren't voting him out and people are just letting him stay in the game. He literally tries to quit World Tour, like by not singing and then trying to throw the tiebreaker, but people are just so gravitated towards him to the point where they want to keep him in the game despite that. And then even when he was the last remaining Team Victory member, we see Alejandro attempt to build an alliance with him, and even Heather attempts to rope him in. Now, obviously, he does agree to Alejandro, and Alejandro backstabs him for whatever reason. Again, Alejandro is just a weird player in that regard. I mean, he still was able to build bonds with a lot of people through that, to where had he not lost every challenge, he could have gone further in the game. And even the fact that he was the last remaining member from Team Victory, I mean, yes, some of that could be attributed to the curse. However, the fact that he was staying over people like Lindsay and people like a Bridget, despite him being seen as cursed, is something at least. So I feel like DJ definitely has a lot of potential in the game if he actually cared enough to try to win the game. And then, of course, there's the island game where, yes, there's still ambiguity there, but even when he was voted out or pulled from the game, there was still people that were supporting him. They were hugging him. They were sad to see him go. So I feel like DJ just has this magnetic energy to him that very few players on Total Drama have. And that is a big reason that he is this high on the list. I feel like I have so much confidence in DJ to actually make a deep run on most seasons, barring circumstances like him wanting to quit or his team just losing every challenge. But if he's able to get to the merge, he should be set in most situations. So because of that, I do have DJ inside the top 10. And I feel like the fact that he is so rarely targeted is a big reason that he is one of the best players in Total Drama. However, it's that major flaw of him not really having a killer instinct and him trying to quit the game, despite the fact that people want to keep him around, is the big reason that he isn't even higher in the list. So because of that, I do have to lead DJ here at number 5. Now we're moving on to number 4. And for me, this top 4 is definitive. I knew coming into this list that these 4 were the 4 best players in all of Total Drama. However, I will say that they each have some pretty big holes even so. I mean, if we're being perfectly honest, I mean, even with these players being the best, I mean, if we're comparing them to people from Survivor or Big Brother, I mean, these are certainly not the best players in the world. And I think some of that is based on the writers and the fact that they don't want these players to always do well and they want some variety in terms of the outcome, which does hamper their overall ability based on what we saw from them. However, these players still have the biggest pros for me out of the rest of the field, which we literally just spent the last 3 hours going through. I cannot believe this video is over 3 hours long. However, at number 4, we have a player who arguably is the most impressive and the most flashy of these 4. However, they still have some pretty big holes in their game. And here we have Alejandro. And obviously, Alejandro is known as a pretty big social manipulator and definitely one of the best players to win the game. I mean, barring the fact that they were supposed to be voted at the final four, that is obviously is not as big of a concern on this list per se. However, even then, I have talked about before how there were still holes within his World Tour game that did give me some reservations. I mean, the fact that, for instance, Noah was starting to flip on him, and he only figured this out because of how bad he did in the London challenge, where he was the first one to be captured, and he got to be sent back to the plane early, and they got to see the camera footage of like Noah having this conversation with Owen that caused him to flip the team against Noah when they lost the challenge. Now, I do give him credit that he was able to flip the team against Noah to where he was at the boot there, but still, the fact that he needed that outside information to figure out that read isn't the best at the end of the day. There's also in All Stars where, again, he did need camera footage to figure out the full extent of Mal's wrongdoing. But obviously, by that point, Mal had successfully turned most of the team cast against him to where they weren't really listening to him. And it only took Zoe like until towards the end of the season after he was long out of the game to find the DVD that he had created of Mal's bad stuff that caused her to eventually turn against Mal there. But the fact that he wasn't able to do that on his own is a bit questionable as well. So I feel like on one hand, you have some of the means in which he got the information that allowed him to make the moves that he did is a bit concerning for me. And then going back to World Tour, we see the way that he handles a lot of the team victory members. And I was very critical of him in the World Tour ranking, where he would make alliances with a lot of the team victory members who were falling head over heels over him. People like Bridget and Lashana, and then later with DJ, build these alliances with him to where had they survived to the merge instead of just losing every challenge, these could have been critical pieces for him to really dominate the game. But instead, he just immediately backstabs them and ensures their own doom. I mean, he literally tricks Bridget into getting stuck to a pole, costing the team the challenge and losing her in the process. Lashana, I mean, he doesn't really do anything to stop Lashana's ouster. I mean, aside from, I guess, convincing Harold to quit the game, but even then, I mean, it doesn't really lead to anything. And then even with DJ, I mean, he does build the alliance with DJ once he's the only team victory member left, but then immediately sabotages his chances of winning the challenge and then staying in the game. So literally, that's three people right there that he had to put in the work to build relationships with them, potential allies, and then just immediately throw them in the trash, which is not only a waste in that that takes away opportunities for him to connect with people that he is ensuring stay in the game, but also keeping Heather in the game, someone who was immediately on his case and someone that could eventually undermine him despite her bad position on her team early on. And then also by him sabotaging these players, he's increasing the probability that one of these betrayed players just leaks all the information. They blame Alejandro for putting them in their predicament and then turn breeding suspicion among the remaining players of what Alejandro's doing, whether that's through him actively lying to them or just overplaying in general by going out of his way to build these relationships with people on the other team. So at the end of the day, Alejandro was someone who was overplaying and bearing all the risk that comes with overplaying while actively throwing away any reward that he might have gotten out of that. But despite that, he still dominates most of World Tour. He's still able to maneuver himself and manipulate people over and over again to ensure that he is able to get to the end of the game in a spot to where he isn't being targeted in a lot of cases. I mean, he does make that deal with Duncan to where Duncan was the person on the bottom supposed to go home next from Team Chris, but then he's able to make that deal with him to vote out Tyler instead, and then he's able to at least have Duncan around a couple more rounds, even though Duncan, again, was starting to pick up on his case and tries to flip Owen, takes out the middle person at Owen right at the merge, and then Duncan doesn't really have too much power left to actually take him out, but it's still not great that he's keeping around people like that. And obviously, his biggest blind spot was keeping around Heather, someone who, again, immediately knew he was up to no good, but deep down, he kind of had a crush on her, and he kind of sensed that she reciprocated those feelings despite her constant denials. So obviously, that does lead him to go to the end against someone who arguably was a harder beat, at least in a challenge, although he does eke out the win there, so there's that to consider. And in general, World Tour is still a pretty strong game despite those issues I talked about. Now, All Stars is a bit more questionable. I mean, he does get the Chris head from Heather, although I do fault Heather more for that. And then by him spending so much energy in All Stars, with him like pretending that his legs don't work, to him seeking revenge on Heather, I mean, he does come out of that despite winning the battle against Heather. He does it in a way that ensures that he doesn't really have a path forward. I mean, through that, he spends a lot, pretty much the rest of his run there in a pretty bad spot and is voted out the first opportunity. So that's not great. And at the end of the day, I mean, Alejandro is still a great player. I mean, the fact that he was able to dominate World Tour as much as he did, even despite him making mistakes along the way that should have made the road harder, is still pretty impressive. And even All Stars, I mean, yeah, All Stars it wasn't a great game. The fact that he was able to still make the merge, despite him technically being a target, and despite him supposedly being in the spot to where he was this big figure in World Tour and people should have figured out his game. The fact that he was still able to make the merge on that season is somewhat impressive. So I think Alejandro at the end of the day is still a great player. However, there are enough flaws with the way in which he dominated the game and some of the way that he handled certain people that leaves him out of the very, very top. But it is still a very impressive display of gameplay for him, and he is here at number 4. Now we're moving on to number 3, and I'm sure some people don't like this person very much. I mean, as a character, I don't like this person very much. However, as a player and from what we saw from them, there's a lot to be impressed by. But at number 3, we have Zoe. And Zoe on paper seems to be the perfect total drama player. I mean, she has the highest average placement out of people who have played multiple times, and she seems to have it all. I mean, she's good physically. I mean, we see her win plenty of challenges across her 2 seasons. She's very good socially to where a lot of people gravitate towards her. And strategically, I mean, she isn't the most outwardly strategic person, but she's pretty competent enough. I mean, she seems to have it all, and I feel like that's part of the reason why people don't like her as a character is that she essentially seems to be written as this Mary Sue figure, which I don't entirely agree with that, but she is still a pretty boring figure to watch. But when we see it translate into the game, I mean, she is a very effective player with her playing 2 very strong games, both on Revenge of the Island and All Stars. Now, her Revenge of the Island game, I mean, obviously she's in a very strong position for a lot of that game. Now, she does kind of have the issue of playing with the similar people with Mike and Cameron. However, I feel like of those 3, I mean, yes, while we don't really see her play with people that are not those people, I mean, she seems to be the most complete player of those 3, to where Mike and Cameron, they seem to have enough quirks with them to where I do question how well they would do without the rest of the trio. Whereas with Zoe, I mean, we see her build relationships with a lot of people. I mean, she does build a good enough relationship with Scott, but also recognizes that Scott is a pretty big player and tries to target him. And then while that is unsuccessful, thanks to the Chris head play, she does vote for Dakota in that round anyway. Now, granted, some of that was for non-strategic reasons, with her being worried about Dakota's mutated status, but still, she wasn't technically blindsided in that round anyway. She obviously gets to the final 5 round okay, and then the final 4, I mean, she is in a somewhat decent position. I mean, barring Lightning winning immunity. And then pretty much the final 3, I mean, as long as Lightning didn't win that immunity, she should have been pretty good to reach the final 2 with Cameron. But obviously Lightning does win immunity, and he votes her out, not because he didn't like her, but because he recognized that she was the bigger threat. And that is something in her corner, at least. Now, it's not great that she was cut because of that, but it does show that she was at least seen as a big player. Then jumping forward into All Stars, I think this is what really distinguishes Zoe from Mike and Cameron in terms of her being able to build social bonds. I mean, we see her connect with a lot of people there. She connects with Duncan. She has a good relationship with Gwen. She has a pretty good relationships with most of the people on her team there. And she is able to gain the trust of all these people to where people are willing to tell her about their plans and trying to get her favor in a lot of things. Now, granted, I do fault her as well for being so slow to pick up on Mal's wrongdoing. Like, it literally takes her until almost the end of the game for her to get the DVD that Alejandro prepared of Mal doing all this bad stuff that eventually causes her to turn against Mal, technically speaking. But still, the fact that people were willing to approach her and the fact that people were not willing to target her per se, simply for being aligned with Mike for a lot of the game, is pretty impressive at the end of the day. Not to mention the fact that across her career, she's really only in the bottom two once in her entire Total Drama career, which is pretty crazy considering the fact that she literally plays two entire seasons, getting to the end each time. Now, granted, the final five of All Stars could have been a bit wonky with Courtney wanting to cut her, but the fact that Mike was there to swoop in and really expose Courtney there to vote out Courtney in order for Mike to get himself into a better position to take her to the end is a bit good on Zoe's end. Now, it isn't great that she wasn't the one to realize that she wasn't as much danger as she was, but the fact that Mal recognized that she was his best option moving forward is pretty good in that it at least gets her deeper into the game. So I feel like through that, we do see quite a bit of good stuff from Zoe, and the fact that so many people are willing to work with her for a lot of both her seasons, really, that makes me feel the most confident in her between her, Mike, and Cameron. And I feel like on any given season, she is someone that is poised to do well. Now, that is part of the reason why she is boring as a character. However, when it comes to gameplay, it does translate into her being a very effective player. Now, are there holes with her as a player? Yes, there are. I mean, yes, while she is the most independent of the trio, the fact that she has never played on a season without those two does maybe question how well she would do on any given season. And plus, the fact that the writers do see her as this perfect character, give or take, does make me question how well she would do if she were to come onto like a third season or if she had come in Generation 1, for instance. So I feel like those question marks are enough to lead me to leave her outside the top two and especially the top spot here. However, the fact that we saw her play two pretty impressive games and she does seem to have everything in terms of physical, social, and strategic capabilities, and the fact that she has demonstrated herself to connect with so many people and to play a competent game consistently is a big reason that she is here at number 3. Now moving on to number 2, and in case you haven't noticed, the top 2 are both Generation 1 players and players who have played 4 times actually. And I feel like that is something that really helps them out in the sense that we have seen them play multiple times. The fact that we've seen them in a number of different situations. And I'm not saying that these are necessarily great players, especially if we're comparing it to Survivor or Big Brother or any of these other shows that I cover on my other channel. However, I feel like comparing them to the field that we have for Total Drama, they definitely have the most evidence of them being good players, and they have arguably the best track records, even if their average placements are not technically the best. But at number 2, and this was sort of a tough decision for me, however, I feel like this person does have at least one bigger flaw than the number 1 person, and here we have Gwen. And I feel like it's relatively close between Gwen and this number 1 person that we'll be talking about. However, I feel like Gwen is a very strong and competent player in the grand scheme of Total Drama. I mean, we can go through each of her games. So on Island, the season that she wins, I mean, yes, she is in the bottom for a lot of the beginning. She's sort of this loner that doesn't have too many friends and doesn't really have much interest in staying around. However, she does start to warm up to a lot of her team members, and in turn, a lot of her team members really grow a liking to her. She obviously develops a relationship with Trent, but also connects with people like Lashana and a decent amount of people on her team. And yes, while Heather doesn't really like her, I mean, Heather definitely has other fish to fry, particularly with Lashana, to where Gwen isn't her immediate target per se. And really, if we look at her island run, I mean, it's pretty impressive for the most part, where she doesn't even get to the bottom 2 until episode 20 or the final 7. But even then, I mean, yes, it isn't great that she's in that spot, being in the bottom 2 3 times in a row. However, she isn't really going home in any of those scenarios. I mean, in episode 20, final 7, Izzy is the one that's going home there. And the final 6, Jeff is clearly the bigger threat as well. And even at the second Final Four round with Mr. Coconuts, I mean, it's Mr. Coconuts at the end of the day. And really, that was more of a non elimination round anyway. Now, if we do look at the rest of her game, I mean, I know I haven't been super high on her winning game. However, I don't think it's necessarily bad either. Now, granted, she doesn't control too much, or at least isn't as out in front as certain other people from that season. But she does play a mostly solid game, having plenty of allies around her. Now, her biggest downside, aside from the bottom two appearances, is the round where Trent goes home, where Lashana is really the one that takes the reins in that regard, where first she allows herself to be manipulated by Heather, and once she sees Heather and Trent kissing, she allows that to get to her head. And then she essentially allows Lashana to go around and spreading the word to all the other players, telling them that Heather's got to go. And then after Heather wins immunity, she again allows Lashana to go around and tell everyone to vote out Trent. And obviously, by taking out Trent, that doesn't put her in the best spot there. So to that end, that's not particularly great. And even at the final four, where we see her being paired up with Heather for that challenge, I mean, technically Heather was going to be the biggest target coming into that round. However, if Heather had won sole immunity there, I do sort of wonder if Gwen would have been targeted there. I mean, it's as I feel like Owen and Duncan probably would have stuck together at that point to try to take out Gwen. Now, granted, there is a chance that she could align with Owen to try to target Duncan instead. However, the lack of certainty there isn't great. However, she does get lucky by winning joint immunity with Heather there, so not too much to worry about there. But in general, I do think she plays an all around good game on Island. Even while it isn't the most impressive game in the world, I don't think she highlights too many big issues. And similar to other people I talked about before, I think she kind of grows over the course of Island with her getting this huge character arc of her becoming more social and becoming more open to trusting other people. And I think that is a quality that gets demonstrated through her future appearances. Now, her action game is pretty terrible. I mean, yes, she does end up in a good position early on. Now, mind you, a lot that's because she literally handpicked who was going to be on her team there. But she does pick the correct people and ends up in a good position up until she gets blamed and blackmailed by all the killer grips into essentially throwing away her game. She really internalizes all of the blame for Trent throwing the challenges in order to impress her. And she allows Justin, Lindsay, Beth to get into her head to the point where she is throwing the challenge and getting herself voted out. And to me, that is really the biggest knock to her as a player. The fact that she allowed them to get into her head like that, despite them being on opposite teams and really having no leverage over her. I mean, yeah, I mean, if they had made them merge together, they could definitely held that against her. But considering the fact that she literally had nothing to do with what Trent was doing, and a lot of that was just Trent adding on his own, I feel like that is something to take into account with her as a player. The fact that she allowed that to get into her head is such a big knock to me, and really one of the main considerations for why she isn't number one on the list. But I mean, it's not as if it's enough to completely disqualify her from being this high on the list. We jump to World Tour, where again, she does play pretty well, all things considered. She is in a good spot for a lot of that pre-merge. And yes, while she eventually has that spot blown up by Duncan re-entering the game and allowing herself to get into the love triangle fiasco, and it's not great either that most of the cast ends up blaming her in the immediate aftermath of like that information coming out. Something I do give her credit for is that she does still have Cody on her side. And with Courtney really dropping the ball with her like being really emotional throughout a lot of it and people like Heather starting to get annoyed by her, Gwen is able to turn it around so that by the time they get to the elimination ceremony before the merge, she does technically have the numbers to stay. And had Cody not messed it up for himself, I mean, she would have stayed over Courtney, which, considering the circumstances that she was in at the time the love triangle was made to light, I think that is somewhat impressive on Gwen's end that she was able to get herself off the bottom and get herself into a position where she almost stays. And even with Cody screwing things up, I mean, it was still a tied vote. And she gets really unlucky with the tiebreaker there, which, again, some of that is probably due to the writer convenience, the fact that she just happened to be allergic to eucalyptus. However, I don't really fault her too much in that regard. And then we jump forward to All Stars, where despite her already playing 3 times, and despite her being a former winner, despite her having the legacy of the love triangle and her being seen as the bad person in that situation, she still manages to get to the final four that season and never being in the bottom two at any point in the season. I mean, yeah, I mean, Courtney isn't really on her side for a lot of the early game, and we see her attempt and fail to get good with Courtney. And while she does eventually do so, a lot of that it stems from her deteriorating relationship with Duncan to the point where she breaks up with him, and that shows something to Courtney at least. But she does eventually repair her relationship with Courtney, and they do spend a lot of that game working together. They get to the final five, and while it isn't great that Courtney is planning to cut Gwen before the end, I mean, Gwen does pick up on it and does see the value in voting her out. Now, I did argue in the past how it probably would have been better for her to go after Mike and Zoe there, even knowing that Courtney wasn't planning to take her to the end. However, considering everyone else was already in on it, I mean, I don't really see much reason to knock her too much, especially when I would fault people like Mike and Scott more so for cutting Courtney there, as Scott was literally the one who's going to benefit the most from it. And Gwen, I feel like it was largely a wash there. I mean, yeah, she should have voted out Mike and Zoe there, but I'm not going to fault her as much for it as Scott. And while she does eventually get taken out at four, that was mainly because of the challenge format there, where the loser of the challenge was automatically eliminated. To where, had it been a normal round, I think there is a shot that she can turn Zoe at least against Mike, especially with Zoe finally starting to pick up on what was happening with Mike there, or better yet, to take out Scott. Although even then, that probably would not have put her in that great of a spot coming into three. But still, the fact that she was able to get to the final four, considering how bad of a predicament she was in coming into All Stars, is very impressive for me. And really, when we look at Gwen's overall career, I mean, it is relatively impressive. I mean, outside of action, she does have a relatively good showing in each of her seasons, with her obviously winning Island, her getting off the bottom in World Tour and almost staying, and her being able to work her way through All Stars and building connections with a decent amount of the Generation 2 players. I mean, we see people like Cameron and Zoe really take a liking to her and really want to keep her around, which to me is pretty impressive. And if we look at her in general as a player, I mean, she is a good all around player. I mean, socially, I mean, we see her connect with a number of people across each of her seasons. Now, granted, she can come off as a bit of a loner at points. However, she does largely grow out of that. And by the time of action in future seasons, she is someone that is willing to connect with people and try to align with people. So I think that is pretty impressive. Strategically, I think she's good for the most part. Now, she doesn't really jump out to the forefront too much, but to be fair, I mean, very few total drama players are going to be the strategic masterminds anyway, and the ones that are generally perceived as villains per se. Whereas Gwen is technically more of a hero in a lot of situations. Physically, I mean, she's all right. I mean, but then again, I mean, there aren't too many physical specimens in total drama either. And I feel like if we just look at her career, Gwen is someone I have a lot of confidence in on any given season. I mean, we see her navigate through some pretty bad situations and get out of them with relative ease. And that was a big consideration for me when putting her on this list. And actually, it was even a consideration for her being number one on the list. However, I think the one thing that does keep her out of the number one spot is what she did in action, where she literally throws away her game for seemingly no reason, or at least no good reason. And for me, that was just enough to leave her outside the number one spot. However, I will admit that it was pretty close between her and the number one person. However, with that being the tiebreaker, I do have to leave Gwen here at number two. And now, at number one, the player I believe is the best player in all of Total Drama is Duncan. Now, you probably guessed this by this point, and considering that Duncan is one of the bigger players in Total Drama, you are probably expecting him to be relatively high here. And as I said a moment ago with Gwen, I think it was pretty close between Duncan and Gwen in terms of them being better players. And if we look at their track records across the four seasons that they played, I mean, Duncan does technically have the higher average placement, and he does seem to have a pretty solid track record alongside Gwen. Now, granted, there are plenty of bumpy roads across Duncan's career. However, he doesn't have a singular moment that is as bad as Gwen really quitting the game in action. And for me, that was the tiebreaker for me, although it's not as if Duncan is without his flaws. So if we go through his career, I mean, we see his island game where he gets all the way to the final four and he plays a very impressive game, and actually a more impressive game for me than someone like a Gwen. I mean, yes, he was technically in the bottom two more or from earlier on than someone like a Gwen. I mean, he was in the bottom two during the Herald round. He was also in the bottom two during both the Bridget rounds as well as the Lindsay round, although technically that was more so by his challenge performance than anything else. However, he does have a decent grasp of the game. I mean, he does build his solid core early on of DJ and Jeff, and they're really able to run the table for a lot of it. I mean, he also builds the relationship with Courtney, largely due to their romance, and Courtney does eventually get on his side. Now, granted, he loses Courtney, and a lot of that is due to his really poor treatment of Harold, which prompted Harold to rig the game in order to get revenge on him. And really, he gets kind of lucky that Harold decides that it's less worth it to actually just snipe him out altogether. However, as I talked about during Harold's entry, I mean, it would have been a bigger knock had Harold actually gotten the numbers on his side. I mean, the fact that Harold had to rely on cheating makes it not as big of a knock, but still the fact that he doesn't treat Harold the best isn't ideal. But really, I did find Duncan's island game more impressive than Gwen's. I felt like he was more in control, more active in gameplay. We see him building the Guys Alliance after the merge and orchestrating the Bridget vote. So I think that's somewhat impressive. And I do think he would have probably had the numbers at the final five had that been a regular vote, where he and Owen could have easily gotten Heather on their side, as Heather was more tolerant of Owen and Duncan at that point than Gwen and Lashana, two people who were actively against her for a lot of the game. So I think he probably would have gone through that round. And at the final four, I mean, yes, he is taken out there, but he does get really unlucky with how that round played out. Where obviously it was the joint immunity with Gwen and Heather. The fact that both of them got immunity there put him in a really bad spot. And a lot of that was Owen's fault, where Owen cost them the challenge by eating Chef's sticky buns. And despite that, Chef eliminates him single handedly because Chef hated Duncan more than he hated Owen. So Duncan did get really unlucky in Island for me, and that was something at least in his favor. Jump into action, where obviously that's the game that he wins, but I've been very critical of his action game in the past, particularly that merge stretch from the beginning of the merge up through the Lindsay boot is a really, really bad stretch for him, where he's in the bomb two three times in a row, and two of those times he could have easily been the boot there. I mean, during the Lashana round, I mean, his fate literally comes down to Harold, someone he didn't have the best relationship with. And it was really Courtney that was able to convince Harold to save him over Lashana, someone who he actively had a crush on at that time. And yes, it's not great that Duncan didn't really do that work to save himself there, but he didn't have Courtney there by his side. And considering the fact that I do attribute his target to Courtney being there in the first place, I mean, it kind of evens out anyway for me. Justin around, I mean, Justin was probably going home anyway, but I still don't like how he essentially allowed the Guys Alliance there to crumble so easily and so quickly after voting on Lashana. The fact that they give up so much control over seemingly petty reasons isn't ideal either, but then again, Justin was going home over him, so whatever. And then we get to the biggest knock of his game, that being the Lindsay round, where Lindsay and Beth literally had the numbers to vote him out. And had Lindsay been paying attention as she was casting her vote, he would have gone home there. Or heck, you also have Owen, who technically wasn't on the plan and was supposed to vote for Duncan as well. But since he was trying to cause chaos at that point, he threw his vote on the Courtney, who already had immunity there. But considering the fact that Owen should have known that Lindsay, Beth, and Harold would have technically already had the numbers on paper even without his vote, I mean, had he decided that that was not a worthwhile endeavor and just cast his vote for Duncan, then Duncan goes home even if Lindsay voted for herself. So really, Duncan got incredibly lucky with that round, and the fact that he does survive is pretty insane to me. Now, he does get through the rest of the game okay. I mean, yeah, he does vote out Harold there, And he does vote out Courtney, though then again, I do blame Courtney more so for that. And he does get to the final two against Beth, wins there. Pretty impressive. However, he does do well earlier on in the game, and that is something in his corner at least. I mean, he was in a good position early on. I mean, yeah, he does lose Gwen and DJ, two of his closer allies early on, but that was largely because they quit the game. I mean, it's not as if he got blindsided or anything. And it's really through Courtney entering the game that really screws up his position and caused all of that bad stuff to happen to him at the merge. Now, I will say that on the winner ranking, I did penalize Duncan quite a bit for that merge stretch. However, considering that he was in a good position before then and got like put into that bad position because of Courtney entering the game, Courtney was someone who was hated based on the way in which he entered the game and being perceived as part of a duo there, and people wanted to target Duncan because Courtney won immunity, and they would have targeted Courtney over him had Courtney not gotten immunity. I mean, yes, it's still not great that he was sort of seen as the backup target there. However, again, he wouldn't have been in that position had Courtney not entered the game. So I feel like when it comes to a player ranking, I mean, you're not always going to have someone like a Courtney to come in and ruin your position and make people want to target you per se. So I do cut Duncan some slack on this player ranking, even though I did uh, be quite harsh on him in the winner ranking of action. But he does win action at the end of the day, despite coming in fourth in Island and seemingly being this big target. Like that didn't really seem to factor too much into his performance there. Jump into World Tour, which is a bit more of a mixed bag. I mean, he does quit the game at the very beginning because he doesn't care about singing and refuses to take part in the musical twist. Now, I don't really fault Duncan too much for this. I mean, yeah, it's not great that he doesn't really want to play the game at that point. However, considering the fact that this happened literally right after action where he had just won, I can see him not really wanting to take the game too seriously because in his mind, what else did he really have to prove? So I feel like through him quitting World Tour, I don't fault that too much for him on the player ranking per se. Now he does end up coming back in World later on around episode 13, and he immediately gets himself into trouble by kissing Gwen, despite him technically still dating Courtney at that point. And when it comes out, he is put in a pretty bad spot. And in fact, he did get the most votes during the Grease episode, literally the same day that the love triangle was exposed. However, Chris kept him in the game because he wanted to keep the chaos around and he decided to vote out the intern instead. Obviously, it's not great that Duncan survived a round where he should have gone home there, again, largely due to favoritism on Chris's end. However, again, he did literally just come back into the game at that point, and despite him already quitting the game. So, I mean, I don't fault him too much for that either. What I do give him some credit for is immediately afterwards, where despite him still being at the bottom, he does save himself by building the deal with Alejandro to save him, voting out Tyler there. So I do give him a lot of credit for that. Then coming to the merge, we see him starting to recognize Alejandro's threat, and we see him and Alejandro really vie for Owen's vote there had they gone to another elimination ceremony. And I do think Duncan was starting to get the upper hand on Owen and starting to plant seeds of doubt into Owen's mind about Alejandro. And had they gone to that elimination in the Sweden episode, I think there is a decent shot that he could have gotten through that round. So at least there's that to consider. But then we get to the merge where Alejandro does outplay him, like getting the upper hand and voting out Owen outright. So, I mean, that's not ideal. But then he does survive the next round, and then he's voted out in the Africa episode. So he does technically get up to fifth place despite him skipping a decent chunk of the game. But even with all that, I don't feel like his World Tour game was that bad. Again, I do find it impressive that he was able to build the deal with Alejandro to save him, but then immediately started to undercut Alejandro and try to outplay him, despite plenty of people not really doing that at that point. So there's that to consider. And then we done to his All-Stars game, which isn't really that bad. I mean, he was able to build a lot of connections with a lot of the people on the Heroes team. And yes, he does get bothered by the perception of him being seen as a good guy. However, he isn't really being targeted at any point. And had he just kept it in his pants, per se, and just allowed people to see him as a good guy, then he could have made it decently far. I mean, he's never in the bottom two, despite him literally having three solid finishes, or at least in terms of his placement. So I do find that impressive that people weren't threatened by him even after his long career of doing well. And yes, while he does technically throw away his game by blowing up the cottage in order to prove that he's still a bad boy, I don't really hold that on the same level as Gwen quitting the game in action, as at least there, Duncan wasn't doing it to be voted out or taken out of the game. He was largely just doing it to make a moral stand on his own, and it's through Chris getting like law enforcement involved that took him out of the game. So I don't really see that in the same way as Gwen being manipulated by Justin in order to throw the challenge and be voted out. So if we look at his career as well, I mean, it's very similar to Gwen's in a lot of way, where he does play four times, he does pull out a win one time, he gets a final four finish along the way, and it's very impressive. I mean, he has shown to have one of the more better track records. And yes, while it isn't the highest average placement of anyone, I mean, Zoe still technically has that high average placement. I think there are two things going in his favor. I mean, one is the fact that he's able to have strong finishes multiple times. I mean, he doesn't get targeted as much, per se, as someone like a Gwen or some other people we talked about earlier in this list. He has shown to do well on multiple appearances. He has also been shown to be more active strategically. I mean, I feel like I have more confidence in Duncan to dominate a game of total drama strategically than someone like a Gwen. He is someone who can jump out in front without being necessarily seen as a threat. He's very good socially. I mean, obviously, he doesn't get along with everyone. I mean, Harold was never someone he treated super well. Even Lashana was someone he got confrontational with. Him and Courtney obviously have a very interesting relationship. However, we do see him connect well with a number of people that do allow him to have control in the game. I mean, he does build an alliance with a lot of those guys. He really is a central figure in both guys' alliances that form an island in action. And yes, while you do fault him for not being able to hold that together, I mean, I feel like he does show better initiative at doing so than so many other players in Total Drama who we don't see actively playing as well. And then even when he's being targeted, I mean, we have seen him navigate out of bad situations, kind of similar to Gwen. I mean, particularly in World Tour, where he was at the bottom for a lot of that, but like Gwen, was also able to scrape himself out of there. And unlike Gwen, he avoids mistakes more often than not. I mean, yeah, he still makes some mistakes, like him not aligning with Harold in action, him not actively saving himself during the Lashana round there, and then also him just kind of losing sight of things in All Stars. However, I feel like out of everyone we just talked about, he has shown the best track record in terms of him doing well on a lot of seasons. And unlike someone like a Zoe, we've seen him do well playing with different people. I mean, he has interacted with the G1 people, he's interacted well with the G2 people as well. And unlike Gwen, he does have that drive to win in a lot of cases. He's not going to be easily manipulated into throwing away his game. And even when he was getting into it ahead, the idea that him being a good guy was bad, that wasn't necessarily throw away his game. It was just more of a pride thing than anything else. But I feel like I just have more confidence in Duncan to do well on any given season than someone like a Gwen or a Zoe for different reasons. I mean, Gwen, her commitment to win, Zoe, just the fact that we haven't seen her play with other types of people. But I feel like Duncan, despite him having flaws, is the player I would have the most confidence in doing well on any season of Total Drama. I mean, we see him doing well on all three facets of the game, and we've seen him get out of a number of situations. We've seen him play from the top, we've seen him playing from the bottom, we've seen him being in the majority in a lot of cases. So I feel like for all those reasons I just stated, I kind of have to have Duncan at number one. I feel like he is the player who has shown to have the most evidence of him doing well on any season of Total Drama. And it's for those reasons that I consider Duncan the best player in Total Drama history. And there we go. That will do it for this video. And my goodness, I mean, I'm not gonna lie when I say I expected this to be a long video. However, I wasn't expecting it to be quite this long. I thought it might have been at most 3 hours. However, here we are, getting pretty close to cracking the 4 hour mark. Now, obviously, if you stuck around to this point, I really appreciate it. And I'm sure some of you are wondering why I didn't make this into multiple parts. To be fair, there was a part of me that considered breaking this into like two videos, or maybe like doing like the bottom 10, top 10, and then kind of in the middle. However, I figured for this, it probably worked best as one long video. Now, I'm kind of weird like that in the sense that I do actually kind of like long videos like this, especially long ranking videos, as a lot of times I'm too lazy to actually switch between multiple parts and just like to have the same thing running, not really have to worry about picking up my phone. And I know that makes me sound like a very lazy person. However, admittedly, a part of me feels like these are the type of videos that you can turn on in the background while you're doing something else. And that's kind of what I was going for here, to have something that you can kind of enjoy, just take out a part of your day, or maybe like pick it up one time and then pick it up another day, like however you enjoy that type of thing. I guess that's kind of the approach I was going for with this. Again, wasn't expecting it to be about 4 hours, but that's just how it came out. And I know there are other videos that people have made, like doing their own rankings. I mean, not so much gameplay rankings, but more so character rankings. And obviously, they're not 4 hours in a lot of cases, but I really wanted to share my thoughts on a lot of these people. And I know that I've already done my season player rankings. However, I feel like this was a slightly different beast. In fact, I could go a bit further. And it was interesting seeing the differences between how I would assess their individual games versus them as actual players on any given season, as weird as that is to think about. But obviously, Total Drama is a show that I've really come to enjoy over the years. It was one of my childhood shows. And the fact that I've gotten to make a video like this was something I wanted to do for a while now. And the fact that I finally got the chance to put together and to share it with you does mean a lot to me. And again, I appreciate all the support that you've been giving me. But as usual, I mean, I do have some other Total Drama videos planned in the future. Maybe not immediately per se, as this was definitely one of the bigger projects that I had planned for Total Drama. But I wouldn't be opposed to doing other stuff in the future, like character rankings, episode rankings. We could definitely get into that in the future, but obviously that's for the down the line. There's also other shows that I cover on the channel, like MLP, Steven Universe. I mean, Molly McGee. That's something I want to make videos on in the future, so stay tuned for that. Also, I usually say this at the end of my Total Drama videos, but if you like this content, in particular the Total Drama videos, I do have a second channel, Survivor Gumball, where I do break down other shows that are similar to Total Drama and are probably better games than Total Drama. So like Survivor, Big Brother, The Circle, those type of things. You can check out my other channel to get my coverage on those shows. And I guess as a bit of an announcement, I mean, chances are you probably aren't going to see this, but I have started a Discord server. Now I'll leave a link for it in the description. And there's also going to be stuff that you can click on the channel page where you can join it. It's basically a way for me to bring my two channels together so that, you know, like people can like meet and like discuss like these shows that I cover. So, I mean, if you want that, I mean, that's there now. Thought I'd just throw that in. So this video's already gone on long enough, but again, I appreciate you bearing with me for those of you who are still watching this. But for now, that is the video. See ya.